What's going on, YouTube? He's Steve. I'm Dave. This is the Insert Revolution podcast. I believe episode number unlucky 13. So,
Ooh.
what's on the topic for 13? And the pretty much most unlucky year that anybody that's alive has ever experienced when it comes to the sense of restrictions, death, and illness, and just overall shenanigans. The COVID fun.
Yep.
So we'll get into that at some point in time. First, we have to recognize our sponsor for the night. Tap it to the Rockies.
Yep. Gotta change it up from time to time.
They pay the bills.
Not yet.
Hypothetically, they pay the bills.
Okay. They help make me ensure that the bills get paid. Maybe
Yes.
that's the right way to put it.
They're a therapist.
Yes. Yes.
What's going on, Vinny?
Especially, what's going on, Vinny? Especially with everything going on.
Yeah. I think I've consumed more alcohol this year than, I won't say all years past previously, but it's close. There's a lot of times I read several, and I'm not a big, I've told you this, I think I've told anybody on here, I'm not a big beer drinker. And again, gut rot happens with this stuff if I hammer it, but like the Mike's Hard Lemonade, the Black Cherry, that stuff is so good, and if you get like the double can or whatever, the big can, it just helps everything a little more.
Well, got to pick your poison.
Yeah. So did you
Got to
get
pick
anything
your
in this
poison.
week?
We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah. We'll wait. We'll wait to see how things transpire.
Yeah, because I have a feeling that anybody who participates this evening, and I show the debacle that transpired. The other ones, you've known about them, but I wanted to show them to you, so it was one of those in which you already knew about them. I don't want to spoil too much because then it takes away from making a video. So I'll keep the other ones, but I will bring up the other one at some point. Maybe after I've had a few more.
The true definition of liquid courage.
I don't need that in order to go off the deep end by any stretch of the imagination, but
I'm not saying that, but
it may be a little bit more vibrant.
the language will be a little more colorful and flowery.
Exactly, because that's what we go for on this podcast.
Yes. I rarely show stuff right away. The one I'm going to leave for a separate video that I showed you that came in. Was happy that it came in because, again, it's when you get cornerstone pieces, you want the stuff to arrive. And anything you order or purchase to arrive safely, quickly. And again, with the holiday tomorrow, again, thank you, veterans. Happy Veterans Day tomorrow. So,
Yep.
the holiday tomorrow.
Ugh. No, mine wasn't a misship. Mine's worse than that. Now, I did have a misship. What was that? 3 months ago, Dave?
Yeah.
Status. Yeah, status die cut. I stole that card. And I think a day and a half, maybe 2 days later, I got a refund without any explanation. And, of course, I wrote and was like, hey, what happened? Well, we had a shipping boo boo, shipped your card to somebody else, and it's like, you're not going to get that back.
Mm-mm.
I mean, he did tell me if they got it back, they would sell it to me for the same price I want it for. But they didn't get it back. And if they got it back, it hasn't been relisted. So my guess is either they haven't got it back or they realize I'm probably watching like a hawk.
There's one guy that had listed a bunch of Jaguar stuff. He's got stuff that's high, and he had stuff that was low enough where about 6 years ago I would have considered just hitting the bins outright. 6 years from that point to now, me said, no, you can get them cheaper. Thankfully, the best offer was out there, so I got 5 1-on-1s, and I think I paid a skosh under 40. And two of them are legit 1-on-1s. The others are plates, but he's got a couple more that I want, but I think that I've got them all of Walker, but I just don't want to pay much amount.
Gotcha.
So first up was a Cecil Shorts Tops rookie yellow plate. Another collection that I really haven't done anything with. I've got stuff, but you
That
know,
almost
so
looks that almost looks discolored. And yes, I know it's a yellow plate,
yeah,
but that almost looks like discolored.
I was happy. And then there's a was it 13 Bowman. I think it's like a silver sparkle.
That's pretty though.
And I wish the only bad part with this stuff is what they got away from putting that triangle hologram on the back.
Right.
A black plate out of Leaf
Oh nine.
Certified.
Is that is that 9?
7.
7.
What's going on, Paul?
Hey Paul.
Um, '07
Bowman
Sterling
Sterling.
black. And the one I thought I stole because I think I got it for like $8 or $9. And these things used to be, if you weren't going after the mirror blacks, and this is pre really NT. I mean, if you didn't go after like an exquisite 101 or the certified mirror blacks, you were trying for the black status.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Took it a while.
So again, nothing earth shattering, but when you can hammer those out for like 40, and then another guy I bought some stuff from, he sent me that for free. The Ryan Otten plate, which again, I remember him, but I don't care. What a momentum. I think it's 13. Yeah, 13, a tight end for the Jags.
It
Because,
was
and
free.
again, the auto's horseshit on this, but it's a 101 of Amaro. And I got it for minimum bid
Oh,
of 99 cents. So
gotcha.
I wasn't, when it's something that cheap, I probably won't focus at all, but he sent that one with it, man. I'm not going to complain about a 101. So,
Not a free one.
no, no matter who it is, it could be a Star Wars or a Pokemon or a, it doesn't matter. 101's a 101.
It could be Amish Dave's jockstrap.
Nobody wants that.
I'm just saying, at that point, the fact that it's a 101 and it was free, you really don't give a shit what it is.
Well, it's true, but with the theme of that episode, if you had COVID and you couldn't smell it, be, be thankful because that That would be a rank piece of wear, an article of clothing, as it were.
And Paul, I'm going to have to disagree with your assessment of gentlemen. I think you're in the wrong room.
So, other than a debacle on one end and some, I got more in. I got a video up from what, 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Yeah, I hadn't even watched the Dumbo one yet. I'm falling a little bit behind, unfortunately, these days. I I'm telling you, it's on average the last 3 weeks, I think, roughly 3 weeks. I've averaged 4 to 5 hours worth of conference calls every day.
Ooh, lucky.
So and like I've always said, it's one of those in which, yes, the videos kind of are an escape from the day, but at the same time, this right here is more of an escape. I mean, I think I had 3 hours today, which isn't horrendous. That's typically the norm. But this is something that I enjoy. I don't want to, don't take it the wrong way, folks. I enjoy watching the videos. That's not what I'm getting at. But, when you spend that much time in front of a computer screen and you're on video and you're having to talk and, trying to listen and keep track of things, take notes, ask questions, clarify this, whatever, sometimes you just don't want to look at technology.
Hmm.
Watching TV is one thing, and I finally synced my YouTube to my cable box, so I've started watching some on the TV. What's going on?
Going on reads.
So it's nice to be able to lay in bed and relax and have it up on the TV, and I'm not having to hold my phone and everything else and all that other
Hmm.
kind of crap. But you know, I get so tired of hearing people talk that it's like, man, I really want to watch these because I want to see what they got. It just, it's like, I no, I
I
hear it enough.
well, that's and people laugh all the time when I watch those car crash, those dash cam videos. It's just same thing. You go through the day. I get calls from vendors. I see vendors in the store. Get calls from our other markets or our other stores for like, hey, because usually for us, we'll get a pallet of something shipped there. Then there's a split, two or three, four
Uh,
ways. So I'm the one that takes care of that. So the last thing I want to do is hear more talking. I've done that once or twice, Ty. Once or twice,
once or
maybe,
once or twice.
possibly.
Check your numbers.
I can't. I
You're a
need to
little
do a
way off.
countdown.
You're way off.
There's and that you want. I want to listen. I have to be in that mood to listen though, because if
Yep.
even if it's something I want to listen to, I'm like, get me some highlights from like I've said. I've been watching those old NFL prime time. I'm like, I just want to sit there and watch football. I don't care who it is. Obviously, if I'm watching Dave Brown and Charles Way for the Giants go against Ty Detmer and Ricky Waters and Irving Fryer for the Eagles, it's good, but it's at the same time there's times when I I need to catch up on commenting. That's going to be the thing through the end of the month that I want to do because I've been severely slacking in that, which I hate when others don't do that. Or I don't hate. I think it's not good business. I mean, I want to keep. I know you're the same way. You want to keep sort of entangled and have these discussions continue on. So if something comes up here, it's like, hey, it's because I commented on whatever video there. And
Right.
it's just when you work with people constantly, there's only so much with people out of work you want to do. For me, it is very little. If I didn't see a person outside of work, I'd be, well, maybe a couple, but that's about it. Otherwise, I don't want
You'd
to
be good.
I don't want to go to the store and just like mill about and talk to people because I just want to talk. No, I'm talked out usually halfway through my shift that it's like I'm good.
Well, and
So it's
I kind of second that. It's you mentioned that you want to listen. You got to be in the mood to listen because it's one of those things that when people take the time to put up a video and they're individuals that you enjoy watching, you don't want to miss something. It's one thing to have the visual aspect, but we always talk about, the stories. The stories sometimes are better than the card.
mhm,
Not even sometimes. A lot of the time, it's better than the card. So it allows you to connect on a much deeper level in that situation. So it's one of those. Uh, I'm right there with you. I want to be able to focus on the video, listen to what's being said at the same time of paying attention to what's being shown. And the longer the video, the more I want to make sure that I'm focused
mhm,
because there's a lot that can transpire in a 20-minute video. So what I'll do sometimes is for those shorter ones, under 10 minutes, I may be able to catch up on quite a few of them
mhm,
and then, remove them off the watch later list. And then, but I still have, the 15 plus minute videos that I need to go back and watch. And by the time I feel like I have time, it's like, oh shit, well, here's another one from Dave. Here's one from, Carlos. Here's one from whoever. And it just, those longer videos just start piling up. And by the time I look at my watch later list, I've got, 10 videos that are close to 20 minutes apiece. It's like, okay, when can I carve out time to make sure that I watch these? Because, you know, uh, some of those videos come up in our conversations from time to time.
mhm.
So it's one of those in which I don't want to get too far behind because then I'm not current as it pertains to what people have picked up, what they've got, things along those lines. I mean, like I said, for you, I know you've got the Dumbo one out there, and then of course you have the Abreu that you just recently posted. And it's like, I really want to watch the Abreu one because I know of three cards because we were chatting about them and they're huge. So for those who haven't gone and watched the video, go watch it. There is three like really big cards that I know of, and that's only three. And I know it's pretty substantial as far as the number of cards. The hockey one, I'll eventually get to it, but it's not at the top of my priority list.
That was bad yesterday too. I think I looked about 10:30 in the morning. I saw something in the eBay thing on my phone. Oh, I got a bid on something that's going off in whatever 8 minutes. Get back to work. About an hour and a half later, get to back in the store, get in the service, and it's like you looked at check and like the eBay notifications pop in because I'm back in the store's internet. So I'm like, fuck. Auction ending and it has like the negative whatever 45 minutes, 50 minutes. I'm like, fuck.
Oops.
And I looked at the price and I'm like,
Caught you with your pants down, didn't it?
it's always on a Monday too. It always happens on those Mondays because it's always that first day of the work week for me and it's always a shit show at the store. It's literally like the middle of summer in the back room where we have shit. It's just piled up and then now with the holidays coming up, you have two, three pallets of turkeys, and
Right.
it sucks. It, I hate it. I
Well, and
hate
I and
missing
I
stuff, but
it happens. You and I've had these conversations before. It's like, in those situations, it's not meant to be. And I know that sounds so cliche, but there are reasons why things happen. Whether or not it's because all shit we forgot, or it's second guess, or something came up. You get a phone call, whatever it may be. There are reasons as to why things happen. And it's tough though, especially if it's something, I don't want to call it substantial, but if it's something that, really piques your interest, and it's something that, you really had your mind set on, and something like that happens. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, I've done it many a times, and I've kicked myself in the ass. And, especially, and this has probably been a month ago, maybe. And I was sitting at over the neighbors having a beer or two, and I know that's the only part of the story you don't believe. Uh, and you had texted me, good luck, or how'd you do tonight? And I was like, I didn't even freaking bother paying attention, and I had a shit ton on my list. And it was the one time, I think, ever since we stumbled across that guy, that almost everything I had on my watch list was under $10. That doesn't mean that's what I would have gotten them for at the end of the
mhm.
day. But everything that I had on my list was under $10. And I'm like, motherfucker. It wasn't anything super rare, but it was nice. All serial numbered stuff. And, it's one of those in which I found myself trying to focus more on some of that serial numbered stuff to fill those gaps, because a lot of like your base and your regular inserts, or your higher number inserts, you can find in multiple places, whether it be Beckett, ComC, other places. I mean, they're a lot easier to come across. And it still agitates me. I finally had to remove them all from my ended auctions on eBay, because I kept seeing them and it just kept pissing me off.
I know that feeling. The bad part about this one, I don't remember what the serial numbering was, but it was six or lower,
Oh,
and it was a patch of the four on his jersey, like a where it's the four, like the bottom part where the four comes out like that, and
ouch. Yeah,
yeah,
that hurts.
that what it went for and what I would have bid on it. Again, no guarantees I would have won it, but at least whoever would have won would have paid a more reasonable
Right.
amount than $18 US. So, and then I had another
Oh,
one on there. It was a different patch out of like UD Premier this year. I don't remember what it was numbered to, 22 or 24, somewhere in there, 28. And that thing had sold too, because I'm sure somebody saw that one sell and said, well, fuck, I better get this as well. That
right. So, if any of you have $24,000, there's an auction up on eBay. 1998 precious metals. It's 100 cards of the total set, and it's got big names. Big names. Emmett's in there. I know TD's in there. Those were the two that stuck out to me. But 100 cards of the entire print run, or the total set, those are numbered to 50. $24,000 or best offer. Just throwing that out there.
that
If
that
I
was
if
one
I had
Saturday I missed.
If I had that type of money laying around, I'd submit a strong offer because the cards that are in there, you could make your money back.
Well,
Just
that's the thing.
saying.
Even if you get it, let's say he'd go.
20 grand. That's $200 a card.
I was thinking 15 if he jumped on 15.
But here
Well,
here's a prime here's a
he's
prime
still at
example
Emmett
though.
for a good chunk.
Somebody listed the TD for $500.
Mm,
It didn't last but like a couple hours and it was gone. Probably that same guy
hmm
who was building that set because obviously he has money. It's if he would have picked up quite a few of them in '98, then I could see the possibility of a smaller investment early
hmm
on. But if he's been doing it since '98 and sporadically adding cards here and there, and knowing that the Terrell Davis sold for $500, buy it now. No best offer, no nothing. And I can't remember. Hell, it could have been $599. I don't know. It was $500 or $600, but it didn't last. I mean, it was gone. And now I see that freaking auction. I'm going, mother effer. That's that's pretty badass. Not that I would ever, in my right mind, think of trying to be able to complete something like that.
hmm
You know, PMGs being, you know, on the list of iconic insert sets,
Yeah.
and they're numbered to 50. It's like, damn. So yeah, $24,000.
What's going on, Carlos?
And then there's that guy. So now that we have a few more people, so this is the envelope. This is what it was in. And that's the outcome. And it's even creased, which you can't see. The light's not going to pick it up. Motherfucker. Not happy. How'd you hear about it? Dave, were you talking to him?
I bet you listened from the beginning when he came in. He's been
That's
listening at
possible.
whatever 2 times speed or whatever he.
Waiting for the opportune time to say
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I don't.
the bad thing about it is that's from the German chick. So that's the second one. The first one still hasn't arrived. The second one arrived before the first one. And I'm hoping and praying that the small collection does not arrive that way. No penny sleeve, no top loader. It was this, just like this, in between those two small, thin pieces of cardboard. I was pissed. And Dave knew it. He asked the question, bad shipping or condition or whatever. I don't remember the exact words. And I was like, both. And his response is, oh, fuck. Yeah, not good. Not good. So everybody keep your fingers crossed and hope that the first one is not damaged because that's a big one. And let's hope that the remaining items arrive better than that because there's a card in there, serial number to 5 in that collection too. So
I just, and there's been so many videos about proper shipping of cards. It's not like you can't fucking look on YouTube and, hey, how to ship a trading card, and you'll get 0 hits. There are tons of videos out there. And it still
so
amazes me, even in this year, the year of our good Lord, the 2020 that never ends, that people still fuck and shit the bed trying to ship a card. It is not difficult. I always go back, first of all, how would you want the card to come to you?
yep.
If you want it to come to you that way, you get a kick in the nuts or in the twat. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
Whatever you want to identify as, you're going to kick right in your private region. Because it's the same with that Forsberg. I got the Clear the Ice or whatever. That fucker came from Sweden or Finland, and the thing was bent. I'm like, it's a fucking acetate card.
Yep. No, and that's the bottom line. You're absolutely right. Most people don't. But I'm sorry, and I understand shipping costs are different in multiple areas of the world. I get it. But don't charge me $7 to ship something like that. I don't care if you eat cost. You charge somebody $7, which includes what, they call track and trace. Don't no, $7. No. And I'm telling you, if that essential credential shows up, I'm going to fucking blow a gasket.
Yeah, I think I had what, $10 shipping on that Forsberg, and it came in your traditional, like you'd put photographs in Manila envelope or documents or whatever, like that. The smaller version with the clasp on the back between two thin things of like a DHL cardboard envelope type piece, and
Yep.
I don't even think it was in a fucking, it wasn't in a sleeve. I know that. I don't know if it's just a card saver or a card saver on top of it.
Okay,
So
so
exciting. I'm new. It's not like I'm getting stuff from Sweden all the time. I open the fucker, I'm like, got
so
this one,
now
and then nothing.
so now I realize actually this is just thicker paper. It's not even cardboard.
And
It's
crepe
fucking paper.
paper.
It's thicker paper. It's thicker stock paper. So it's thicker than the envelope. But yeah, it's freaking thicker stock paper. Regular fucking paper. Fuck my life.
Well, hopefully, we can only hope for the best. The other couple things are getting to the big deal, and then the other cards. So hopefully,
Yeah.
fucking a that.
Maybe it's a COVID thing.
Gotta be.
Since that's the topic, we can attribute it to that.
It's pertinent in every aspect of every conversation.
It can be.
No, it usually is.
I mean, it can be. Hey, hey, hey.
And I don't know how well it's going to pick up in all this.
That's a bunch of chipping up at the top. I see a bunch of chipping.
Like right where that stick is below the A for avalanche, that's where the no light that's
Has it got like a gouge or something in it?
there. Look above his head, right at the front of the visor. You can see like an indentation.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see that.
That's all the way down. And then like right in his face, you can see it's sort of there. That's how it came like warped. So I mean there's like a groove there all the way down. I'm like, oh, because that's how those acetate cards are supposed to come in.
Something that had to be ran through like the fucking ringer or some shit, because, acetate's a form of plastic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that thing
Because I
had
made
to
sure to
be.
check that scan because I'm like, did I miss something here? Was I fucking just that excited to see the card? And yeah, that I was not
Ugh.
happy. That was like a late night purchase where I was like, oh, I'm gonna go to bed. Oh wow, what's this? Oh shit, clear the ice. That's like the quest for the cup or the run for the cup. A notch below that one. So I'm like, anytime I see those, I try to jump on them, and well, I'm not heavy or not happy with that at all,
Ouch.
especially for that price.
Well, Vinny, at least you got it. Hopefully, it wasn't beat to shit either. Some people's children.
Yeah,
Are-
yeah. I think I know what cards Vinny's talking about. I don't know if I've got any examples. Probably not. I left those downstairs. Yeah, of course.
And I,
So,
something else I, not random, but so it, and it's interesting, we can talk about this later on because, since we're focusing on COVID, and both you and I can speak from experience that we've seen a lot of stuff pop up this year that we haven't seen pop up in quite some time. And, you know, there could be a multitude of reasons. They're all opinions, they're all assumptions. But I stumbled across something that was listed tonight, and I get the whole pre-production stuff. I do.
mm,
Some manufacturers are really well known for that type of stuff. Uh, like Collector's Edge, for instance, you can find a lot of blank back proofs and things along those lines, prototypes, but they're not. At least Beckett doesn't notate them unless they're like pack pulled type stuff. That's typically where Beckett kind of gets their checklist. Although
mm.
some of your card show stuff may or may not be pack pulled, it's hard to know for sure. But I saw something listed, and I know the variation because it's the only one that I'm missing. But Skybox Molten Metal, the perfect fits.
Hmm.
They have a gold, silver, and they have a red. Reds are numbered to 25. Although it's not notated, unless Beckett has updated something, it's not notated that they're serial numbered. Somebody listed one as a pre production, missing the serial number. And they got it up for like $250. I'm sorry, you've lost your freaking mind. But that wasn't the last year of Skybox. how how would something like that just come out of the middle of nowhere? And he has two of them. He has the Terrell Davis and he has I think Randy Moss, but he's got them both listed as pre-production. Skybox was never known for pre-production stuff ever.
For me, and again, I don't remember who Skybox, if it was just their entity themselves. 'Cause I know it was Donruss Leaf Playoff. Might have been
Right.
Fleer. It might have been Fleer Skybox.
It was Skybox and it was they were together. Yes.
So if I had to surmise anything, it would be something that was like some card got damaged. This was at the warehouse, the factory, whatever, the headquarters. Like, hey, little Joey sent Terrell Davison number 18 of 25 or whatever. It's mangled. Something happened to it, and whatever. He'd like a replacement. I'm wondering if that wasn't from he's listing it as a pre-production, and it was just like a damaged replacement that got allocated when they sold off all the excess stuff and flooded the market with all the rare stuff, but it wasn't serial number.
And that's something that I thought about too, because I mean, most of your card manufacturers, maybe not so much these days, uh, they have certain percentage of replacement stock.
Mm-hmm.
You know, shit does happen, and you know, so they should have to replace their stuff, right? Unless it's upper deck and it's exquisite, and they tell you you're shit out of luck, and send you your cards back and send you like 11 packs of upper deck NFL draft or some shit as a I'm sorry. In other words, bend over and take it. uh, that was a bad analogy, but you get where I'm going with that. Because it was bad. I mean, Exquisite was hand packed. At least that's what the advertisement was. You know, they
Mm-hmm.
hand packed the packs. Help me understand how a card can be pulled out of a pack that has so much chipping on it that it's like, what was somebody doing with the card? Were they like flicking it on the table? I mean, what were they doing? But yeah, I sent in for replacements. I got my stuff back in like 10 or 11 packs of NFL draft. I'm like, thanks. Uh, but from a replacement stock perspective, you can't very well have one of each serial number. So, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
in certain situations, I could understand them having replacement stock of numbered cards that would come back to somebody not serial numbered. But at the same time, I would, and call me crazy, and maybe I'm just narrow focused because all I do is focus on one guy. I would think that you would see a lot more of something like that
Mm-hmm.
across the spectrum. And, I can give another example. I bought, it was a 2008 Stadium Club, and I pulled a Matt Ryan autograph parallel rookie autograph number to 50.
Mm-hmm.
That was mangled to shit. And it was pack pulled. I pulled it in the shop. The box wasn't damaged or anything along those lines, but the card was mangled. And it's like, I mean, that was a big pull. So of course I sent it into Tops with my letter explaining everything. I got it back with a letter saying, basically, I'm sorry. They sent me nothing. I'm sorry. We can't replace it. I beg your pardon. Where's your quality control? That card should have never made it into a pack. And yes, I know it's machines, but still. I mean, that was a big card. Big.
Mhm.
And basically, I'm sitting on a freaking piece of worthless cardboard. It was so bad. I mean, I, I couldn't sell it. I mean, it was that bad. I just don't get it. But yeah, pre-production.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a cool card.
And I wonder if half these companies that are still going sort of learn their lesson after Fleer, the bankruptcy sale, and then you see in the Pacific, same thing with Pacific. They've got so many, like a premiere date, no serial number, retail limited, no serial number. I mean, they've got like everything. So it's like, well, what can we do? But at the same time, you have to have something on deck just in case. I mean, that's what a logical person would do, a
Well,
logical
you would.
company.
I mean, any business that sells goods, you're gonna have defective product. It's a given, and I get it. Cards are different in certain situations. However, you got to have replacements.
Hmm.
You know, I'll give Panini props. You know, they were doing really well. Mind you, I haven't purchased products in 4 years, give or take. But they were always good. If you sent in damaged cards, they really did do their best
Hmm.
to provide something that was comparable. I will say, I did get a replacement one time, and I really liked the replacement. And I don't even remember what the hell I sent in, but I got out of classics. It was a Bo Jackson significant signature autograph. I think it was numbered to 25 as my replacement. The problem was that was damaged, so I had to turn around and send that back.
Mm.
And what I got back was it wasn't near as good as that Bo Jackson was. I mean, it was a pretty card, but it's like, really? I can appreciate it, but really? Did you not bother to look at it first? It's crazy.
No, I think the only time I've ever sent a replacement back or something in for replacement was, and somewhere I know somewhere along the line I've spoken about this in my couple videos I've got up on YouTube. I think when we were down doing a family tour through Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, coming up through Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, and through Wisconsin, back up to Ely, in like 91. There's some store, I think in Missouri, again, being a huge White Sox fan, Mark can take solace in that. I love Frank Thomas. I love Ventura. I love watching. Well, again, we've talked about it either on our channel or talked before. I've heard people talk about it. If you had any sort of cable back in the 80s and early 90s, you were by proxy a Braves fan, a Cubs fan, a White Sox fan because you had TBS, you had WGN. I mean, you'd watch them.
They usually aired only the Cubs in my area, but I think that was regional. Depending on where you were from a WGN perspective, dictated whether you got the Cubs or you got the White Sox.
Most of the time, it was the Cubs because again, that's where their bread and butter was. And the White Sox, it wasn't like they were challenging for a World Series then, so it's like you don't have to put them on. Put them on once or twice a week. The Cubs pretty much every day. Plus, the Cubs most of the time had the day games back then, up until about 88, 89. So you didn't have to really do much of like the head to head. But the 90 score set was the set I wanted. It was like $15 at whatever store. He must have had some in New York. I'm trying to remember what else there was for the old um the S the SNY channel. I remember at MSC, that was Midwest Sports Channel, because that was Fox Sports Midwest before Fox Sports took everything.
That's
But
almost as bad as a frickin' Bob random question.
no, no, that's Will Ferrell playing Harry Carey on Saturday Night Live when he did that, and he's like, "Hey," and just sit there and shake. We all know the moon is not made of green cheese, but what if it were made of barbecue ribs? Would you eat it then? Would you slather barbecue sauce on those ribs and eat them?
Can't say I've watched that one.
Oh, it's a classic. He's got like all the planets like sort of dangling in the background. I think he's interviewing somebody, but it's just that was Will Ferrell must have been between like 99 2003 ish. So, but yeah, we had there's all like the regional channels then. But being a White Sox fan, that Frank Thomas, that was my guy. So there's it's like 15 or $20. I think my brother got a set. I got a set. I got the score 90 set. I think he got a I don't even know what it would have been, what he would have got. The Fleer maybe, which didn't have um the Thomas. He was in the update, but I don't think he cared much then either. But my Thomas came with like a green print mark on it, like right on the fucking like to the right of his face. I'm like, oh man, that's
The good
the
old
one
print
card,
marks.
one, just one. Basically, I'm sure the rest of the set of the big guys, Igor's rookies in there, Juan Gonzalez, the Bo Backbreaker card that didn't have any blemishes on it. Or no, not the Backbreaker, the black and white, the football baseball one of the shoulder pads with the baseball bat behind
Oh,
his
yeah.
neck. That was good, but that fucking score, I'm like, oh. But thankfully, on I think the back of the set, they had the address. So I wrote my letter. I said, "Hey, I got this set. I was really looking forward to it. I love the cards." Um, but the Frank Thomas I got, it has this green mark on there, which sort of takes away from the. I'm sure at 10 or 11, I didn't use aesthetically appealing, but I said it doesn't really look right. I mean, I don't want to complain or whatever, but I sent it off. I won't say I forgot about it, but as like a 10, 11 year old, that's not the one thing you're doing, or at least we weren't. We weren't waiting
Right.
for the mail. I mean, Christmas time with that J.C. Penney catalog or whatever Woolworth's Christmas catalog. Come on, but it's not like
Toys
we're
R
sitting
Us
there.
here. Toys R Us,
Well,
man. Come on.
we had Children's Palace in Duluth, so I mean, you got maybe a flyer if somebody went to the store and they picked one up extra for you, but that was it. But then getting that card back, and then you had like a typed letter from whoever the hell is in charge of score with the score heading on it, and well, we're sorry about this. Please accept our apologies, and here's a replacement where there's no blemishes on it. We hope you enjoy score and hope we're a customer for years to come. I'm like, that's why I've always liked score. I mean, even though it's you're not going to sit there and see a big ROI on the cards, at least they took the time to swap it out and make things right. I mean, I could have got my
If
card
it,
back at the sorry kid.
but it wasn't serial number.
Oh, I know. But I'm
But
trying
no,
to
I
stay topical to the story. But Here's my
No, I
story.
and that's the thing. For whatever reason, customer service these days is a it's not as weighted as high as what it once was for whatever reason. And that's unfortunate. Especially these days where, you know, if you're dropping three, four, $500 on a box
Hmm.
and you get something damaged, I'm sorry, you better damn well find something that's sufficient to replace it. I mean, could you imagine, and this is all hypothetical, but let's say you bought a box of Prism first off the line for $1,000. Okay. And first off the line always has their special parallel number to
Hmm.
7 or 6 or 8 or whatever the hell it is. And you pulled a Zion Williamson numbered to 7, 8, whatever it is, whatever the big promo is for that first off the line. And it's damaged to shit. And you send it in and you gotta, well, sorry, kid. I mean, that's because the prices are only going up when it comes to products. And it's, I just, and maybe I'm thankful and grateful that I'm not buying product anymore because I think that would, it was bad enough in '07, and I dealt with the exquisite stuff and I dealt with the Stadium Club stuff in '08. Two different manufacturers.
Hmm.
And I basically got well, fuck you, kid. I'm sorry. And something from an exquisite perspective, I bought a case for crying out loud.
Hmm.
And almost every card was damaged. Chips. And I mean, some pretty bad ones. The only cards that didn't have the chips were the redemptions. And even the redemptions after I got them had chipping. I mean, bad chipping. And, all you can sit there and say, I'm sorry, we can't replace these. Here's a few packs of NFL draft.
The lowest end bullshit.
Timeout. We're not even in the same freaking galaxy.
No.
Exquisite NFL draft. I mean, there's like a big fucking gap here, folks. Same amount of autographs per pack, per box, if you want to call it that.
Hmm.
Roughly the same number of autographs, but not the same. College uniforms, stickers, patch autographs, multi patch autographs, dual autos, triples, quad. No. And I get the serial numbering thing. I understand the inability to do something like that. However, you would think that these companies would think about this. And I honestly wish that I could have been on Carlos's podcast with Carvin.
Hmm.
He worked for Upper Deck. He worked for Panini, and try and help and try and understand from a replacement perspective. If to me, part of that should be built into the manufacturing cost. The ability to recreate replacements. The same card, same serial number, same everything. Panini, for instance, their printer is local. If it wasn't, Tracy Hackler wouldn't be over at the printer, given the first look for the newest, latest, and greatest product.
Hmm.
It's not possible. It is possible, but That's an added expense if they're having to fly him consistently. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
To be able to do this the first looks or the sneak peeks or whatever. So why don't you take that into consideration? That, you know, technologies consistently evolve, card stocks evolve, everything evolves from a manufacturing perspective. Why why wouldn't you have one printer, because it's all done through computers. I mean, that's what ultimately does a lot of this. One
Mhm.
printer that would allow you to basically recreate it. Oh, but wait, that's right. They put all the printing plates out in the packs. Bullshit. Great, because I would really like to know. I and I understand it is an expense. I'm not saying that it's not an expense, but when you are calculating the the cost it takes to produce and manufacture brand A from your autographs and taking into consideration, you know, X number of autographs cost X amount based on X contract, so on and so forth. And I'm sure you pay for serial number stamping. I'm sure there's all those incurred costs because most manufacturers, excuse me, don't own their own printing company. They outsource it. So, but at the same time, is it because they start sending out the plates in packs these days? Or back in the early days, plates were needed. I mean, I get it. In the 90s, from a printing perspective, I could understand why a plate was needed. Technology is different these days. You can't tell me that printing is done the same way it was 20 years ago.
Mhm.
Or am I just like way off in left field and somebody needs to say, dude, you're like overthinking this?
And the thing too now, and again, I know there's plates in some stuff.
It's almost in everything nowadays.
No, but I mean, bear with me. For
Okay.
Panini, especially with football, I know they dump a lot of their plate stuff in a later release. It's not always in the classics. You don't have Donruss classics with the plates. You don't have Donruss with the plates. You don't have Panini Prism with the plates. It's all dumped into plates and
Plates and
patches,
patches or national
which is a
treasures.
set that comes out. I'm not going to say it's got to be right before NT. I think usually comes out. I think it's a later release. It's not an early release. It's a later one.
It is.
So I mean that's the thing there where you should. And again, okay, hypothetical. Josh Allen, I get a gold prism or whatever. You should be able to redo that. Even now, like you said, with the technology that's available, we aren't an archaic newspaper type pressing facility. We're not hand cranking something so something's constantly going under and like through the reels you saw in like the beginning of like a montage for people printing stuff off. It's not like that anymore. They've got technology. They can rebuild it.
Yes.
I mean, even if you ask the customer, say, "Hey, $10," I would I be upset? I'd be like, "Well, if I'm getting my card, I gotta throw them $10 to sort of recreate this. I don't care. Just fucking do it right. But don't put a like a. And again, I know that you don't want to do that. At the same time, you're gonna probably alienate your customers, being like, "Well, fuck, I just doled out 800, 1,500, $5,000 for a box." The main card that a big hit, the main pull of the series. Guess what? Why? Why should I have to pay twice on something? I get that. If like I said, if push comes to shove, and I'd be like, well, yeah, whatever. If I got to pay a small nominal fee, not whatever, like a PSA grade comes back, you have to upcharge because it goes for so much in the secondary market. They're like 10, $20, whatever the case may be. I'm like, okay, cap whatever it is, so people at least know there's that option of them pulling something out of a pack, a box, whatever the case may be. And guess what? Fuck, this thing's all. It's got the crimp line on there, and somebody looks like they sat on the patch window. And what the fuck is this? I send it back in, and at least you can have that option. Am I saying it's right? Am I saying it's good customer service? No. I'm just saying at least allow the collector to somehow have the sense and the peace of mind if they're dropping that kind of money. And they should pull something that, again, in these hand packed products, especially when you jam them, or it's that foam is put around that stuff and it's so tight that, I mean, it's like me in a size 34 pants. You're never going to get them off. Have the collector have a sense of security there, because they don't know, or they know their dollar isn't going to be wasted, but in some CEO or whoever's in the shipping customer service department is going to just screw them over and give them the shaft. And, oh, I can go on Twitter and say something, but guess what? Nobody's going to care. You're going to get people riled up, but people have been riled up so many years in this card collecting hobby and industry. I mean, you get a brush fire here, and it just sort of dies down. Nothing ever really manifests itself to like the hordes and the masses coming with pitchforks and flames and torches. You just sort of have a grumble, grumble. South Park. Rah, 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 rah.
Yeah. Well, because it's a small percentage. Now, if everybody got behind that type of movement, let's say, and was like, you know what, we demand, proper replacements.
I
Not that it would
demand
make it,
satisfaction.
not that it would make a difference, but the more people who stand behind that cause,
Hmm.
they are going to be a little bit more apt to listen. Not that it's going to change anything,
Hmm.
but even if it's a nominal fee, if you think about it across all products, across all years, to where that was an option, that cost is going to reduce because it is going to be an incurred cost for a manufacturer. However, it's a cost of doing business, folks.
Hmm.
It's no different. I work in phone systems, business phone systems. We ship replacements every freaking day, sometimes by the hundreds. Okay? These people buy this stuff for $4, $5, $6, $700. They don't pay for the replacement. It's a bad piece of equipment.
Hmm.
They don't get charged for shipping and they don't get charged for replacement
Oh, I know.
on the grounds that they return the defective one back.
Hmm.
Now, if they don't, yes, then they can incur a charge. But we set back, I mean, we have safety stock to cover those situations. So it would be no different. It would be advantageous to set a percentage of an entire print run back, but also have the ability and the opportunity to recreate something that's serial numbered. I'm not talking about one-of-ones. Those would have to be redone individually
Mhm.
because you're not gonna print two one-of-ones, send one out and pack out, and then have a replacement just sitting there. I get that. Would it be smart? Yeah, probably. But on the flip side, you have people with sticky fingers. So, in fact, then of course, it would be a substantial detriment to the hobby in the event that somehow, shape, form, or fashion that transpired. And then now all of a sudden you have all these uh, rogue 101 replacement cards just hitting the market. So I get that. But at the same time, so like serial number 10 or lower, let's say, you would physically have to reprint the card with the serial number. But anything higher than that, you could have an extra few copies. And then if you somebody sends in a replacement, okay, well this one's 12 of 25. Put the card in it, fire up the stamper, and frickin' stamp the bitch and send it off. I mean, and I know I'm like oversimplifying it. I know it's got to be more intricate than that. But at the same time, I'm just thinking, and this is something that has bothered me for so long because of bad experiences. I mean, when was this? And I don't even remember when it was. I ended up buying a box of Tops or something, or Tops Chrome. It was one of the two. And every single card was like miscut. I mean, it was just horrendous. I sent the whole fucking thing in to customer service. What's going on, Ed? And believe it
You
or
go ahead.
not, that was
You're watching
actually
them.
that was one of the few times that they actually replaced the stuff. But it was all base cards.
Hmm.
It's when you get into your patches, your autographs, your serial number, that type of stuff, they're like, eh, sorry. Freaking redo the
Ty's,
card.
Ty's question, it'll never happen. You can have people that go on, they're saying, hey, I swear off cards. I'm not going to buy until this gets better. You know what? So, there's 10 people that take the place of that person's collecting money, especially now. People are just, I can say, you know what? I'm not buying any more wax. Fuck, there's going to be a horde of people that stomp over me and
Yep.
defry. And Futurama, take my money. And again, it's been like that forever. It's it it's I don't know. I'd like to see a
It's
change, but again, it's just the chase is so great that a lot of people can overlook the chase or overlook the quality control, overlook okay, this Larry Fitzgerald patch has a Jacksonville Jaguars swatch in there. I don't care. What's the big hit? I need the big hit. Everything else can just sort of doesn't even matter.
yep. Well, and I understand. Ed brings up redemptions. I don't disagree. They're bullshit. A lot of us hate them, but listening to that episode with Calvin, I get it. I understand, and a lot of it is timing, which I get too. My thing that bothers me about all of it pertaining to redemptions is how can you put an expiration on something that doesn't technically expire?
Mm.
It's a piece of paper. It's not perishable goods. It never fucking expires. And the minute they put expirations and stop accepting expired expirations and or started to do this rewards system or whatever, and for a chance to get something, you're not even guaranteed. It's a chance.
Hmm.
The minute they started doing expirations on redemptions, then they should have bought back every fucking old piece of product on the market. And yes, there's a reason for my venting. I pulled out of SP Authentic a Sign of the Times gold redemption of Michael Jordan when he was with the Wizards. And I tried everything. I had Chris at the Hobby Box inquire with some of his people. I had one of the card shop, the guy I used to go to the card shop and, all did some of the work with him and stuff. One of his customers was a Diamond member through Upper Deck. I had him reach out to him and inquire as if it was his. And they still pretty much told him, so sorry, that's the policy. I even tried to, twist it a little bit and see if, I could garner some sympathy. I bought this box for my young son as a reward for good grades. And he was so excited that he pulled this. And when I told him that, sorry, you're shit out of luck, he was devastated. It didn't fucking matter. They stayed true to that policy. And I never understood how you could put an expiration date on something that doesn't expire.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the stance, then buy up the old fucking product. Get it all off the market. Because then you don't have to worry about it. There are certain things that agitate me so much about the evolution of the hobby. And like I said, I understand a lot of it. I get it. I do.
Mm-hmm.
But guys, you're talking about a $1,200 card. At that time when I pulled it, and this was 9 years ago, 10 years ago. So you can imagine what it is now. It's not that I would ever sell it, because it would have been the only Michael Jordan autograph I would ever own in my collection. But I pulled it. Me. And I still have the redemption card. Because I could never bring myself to send it in in hopes of getting nothing? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Who knows? Who knows? Some of those they use as replacements.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those they use as replacements. And the reason why I know that, and this goes back to the Bo Jackson I got, the significant signatures from Classics. I think that was actually a redemption. But at that time, Panini wasn't taking expired redemptions. Then they changed their tune, and then now they went back to the, send it in, whatever they do these days. I don't even know what the hell they do these days because I don't ever pay attention. But at the same time, there's always the possibility that they may give them to some of the employees. That's always possible. I wouldn't go specific to, the executives or anything, but most people who work for manufacturers, they're also collectors.
Mm-hmm.
And that's who you want in your company. Because why would you want to bring in individuals that have no passion for what they're producing? To me, some of the most innovative ideas would come from collectors. I mean, that episode that Carlos had with Kevin, and I keep going back to it. And I have it on my watch later. I keep watching bits and pieces. It's obvious when you have a collector working for a manufacturer there are so many more opportunities to expand and innovate and get creative and things along those lines. Because as a collector, there are things that you like about certain products. There's some things that you don't like. There or across manufacturers, whatever. Certain technologies. Shit, why don't we mix acetate and rainbow foil and refractor and and just like mash it all together? May look like shit, but at the same time, you have somebody, just go look for it. Go to his YouTube channel, Because I'm Carlos, and it's the podcast with him and I forgot the damn guy's last name.
Carbon Chung.
Thank you. But I mean, it was really cool to listen to a lot of that and some of his stories, and it's just most of us as collectors don't get to hear some of the insider stuff. The card shop I used to do business with all the time, he had two guys that worked for Donruss Leaf Playoff originally, and I tell you what, they got a lot of shit. They were product managers. They designed products. And at least whether or not it was given to them or it was sticky fingers, I don't want to say either one because I don't know. But as a product manager and designing products, they would always come in with shit. But it was their design, their product. One of them did Prestige, and he would always come in with all the short prints. 10, 15 sets of them, of all the short prints. Card shop owner would buy them. For how much, I have no fucking clue. But either sticky fingers or that was a perk of the job. And it's hard to know for sure what's real, what's you got to trust what people say, of course. But it was amazing, some of the stuff that they brought in.
No, Ty, it's going to be the one before that. It's like 5 hours, 26 minutes. Carbon Chung.
Yeah,
Karbin Cheung, I think.
PSA
It's,
had
it's probably
memberships.
like, what, 3, 4 days ago.
Yeah, that one was on Friday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this past
I
Friday.
Thankfully, I am not. The grading, I wouldn't know. Manny, um, formerly All Star Jersey Shop. I'm trying to think if. No, is that what he's now?
No,
Can't
Card
remember
Cave
what.
Central.
Yeah, Card Cave Central. That would be one to maybe. I'll see if I can get some info from him. But yeah, I don't. The grading stuff, unless you're pretty much wanting to flip something that's white hot right now, I'm not paying those types of prices for what between a 2 and 7 day turnaround to get that stuff because I'm not paying. Again, I don't have stuff that I'm immediately needing to sell. It's something that's like incredibly topical. Like if Joe Burrow has another 400-yard game and beats Pittsburgh this weekend, I don't have his Panini Prism Gold to 10. So
Welcome, Ty. Yeah, I still haven't finished that episode.
I got to the point. I was asking questions during because I'd asked something about like what was the worst athlete experience that he had to deal with autograph wise,
Yep.
and that's as far as I got because I'm just like I have time in the day, but I just like I said, it's even for me, I can't listen to myself think that long. So I know that's
Well,
something
I
that's on
can't.
the to-do list as well.
Well, and that's always the thing. And I give a lot of people props for going back and watching the replays of a lot of the streams and stuff, or the podcast, whatever you want to call them these days. And I do my best for those that pique my interest. Of course, I mean, I can't go and watch all of them, but from a support perspective, I try and go back and watch those of as far as individuals I want to show my support. As much as what I'd like to join some of them and be a part of some of them in real time. No offense, guys. I'm usually at my neighbor's having a few beers. And I know I said it earlier, but that's probably the only part of the story you don't believe. And I just like to go on the record. I'm not an alcoholic. I like to drink beer. And 2020 has a lot to do with it, to be brutally honest. I think I drank more this year, going off of what you had mentioned earlier. I know I've drank more this year than what I have in years prior. But you can't go anywhere. Well, and Carlos, I know you had mentioned that you had ended up having an extensive phone conversation leading up to the actual podcast. So it's well, when you have that much experience, I mean, working for a manufacturer, designing products, then being a little bit higher up, we'll call it mid management, upper mid management, and then to go to distribution, it, that is vast array of knowledge. And not to mention when he started collecting. I mean, that spans a long time. And although I've collected for what have I always said, 5 years old, 84, 85, that time frame. I don't remember a lot from those years. I mean, I don't. Other than a lot of the cards I had were beat to shit because I didn't know what it meant to take care of my stuff. All the way up through, 90, 91, 92. 93 is when it was one of those that I started, oh, there's a thing called a penny sleeve and a top loader. Oh, well, shit, I need to make sure I get some of those. But, it's when you have that wealth of experience and that wealth of knowledge, I mean, I could probably sit there and listen to the guy talk and tell stories all fucking day long because stuff like that intrigues me. The conversations and interactions I had with the folks that worked for Panini, or I should say Donruss, they didn't last very long with Panini. Maybe there was a reason, not sure why, but they didn't really talk much about stuff. I mean, you'd ask questions and things along those lines, and it's not like you're trying to fish for information or get stuff that or find out things that you're not supposed to know. It's just general questions. It's no different than what you were asking during that podcast. From a design element perspective, it just and it's like, well, shit. Thanks for talking to me, man. I appreciate it, fucker. You're trying to get an idea. It was one of those growing up. It was always I'd love to work for Beckett or a card manufacturer or own a card shop. And I still have those technically to this day. Beckett, not so much anymore, but you know, it was just one of those things. And when I was still in high school, I was a senior in high school, and one of my classmates worked at Beckett briefly. And even she had access to cards. It's like they freaking exchange them like it's they're bartering chips or something. I purchased a few. Of course I did. You know, I'm a card collector. Come on.
No, when you have the collector that works for a company that works for like the Beckett that actually gives a shit about the hobby, that's always in your hope if you ever run across any trepidation with products or something, a question about something. You don't have to have, or they don't have to have their door open all the time, but don't be somebody that's, well, I don't want to talk about that. I'm just going to talk about pimping products and, wow, look at this great pull. No, the new people care about that. The older sect that have been around this fucking hobby forever and a day, we want to know specifics. It doesn't have to be, well, what's this or what's that. It just don't give us a runaround if we have a specific question. We want to know, well, why was this done? What was the thought process with this? I'm not asking, like you said, for trade secrets. I don't give a shit. I just want to know when you guys are thinking of something, how can you convey that to me, somebody that collects, somebody that looks at designs like, well, why did you do this instead of this when this would have worked, in my view, a lot better? Was it, again, a cost prohibitive thing where, again, we had acetate? We're not going to put like a wood grain over it and then like die cut it and put like a panini prism, a Topps chrome prism finish on it because it's too much layering and it costs too much. Or what are you going to, when you're transparent with your collectors, because you are a collector, that is going to help the collectors that collect your stuff instead of sitting there and being the shady people and just giving like a one sentence, one word answer, trying to duck out of maybe a confrontational topic, maybe something that people don't necessarily want to bring up. But at the same time, if you give an answer that's a legit answer, you're going to gain respect of those people. Like, okay, at least this dude, this lady, they're being forthcoming with me instead of fucking playing me for a fool, thinking I don't know anything about cards. Thinking like, oh, here's a Zion Williamson. Be happy with that. Just no, I don't care about Zion. Give me whatever I'm asking. Give me some sort of a nugget, even the full plate, even the full 20
Right.
piece nugget. Don't just give me the box when it's empty and be like, oh, here's something. No.
Well, well, and on the flip side, why would you not want to elicit feedback?
Yeah.
If you are a designer or a product manager and you're responsible for designing a product, what's wrong in asking for feedback in
Mm-hmm.
a situation if it presents itself? Because as a collector, we're the ones who purchase the products. There's things that we like, there's things that we don't like, there's things that are like, eh. Not that we're trying to interject ourselves and say, well, this is what you need to do and this was horrible. No, it's, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And if you've been in the industry for a long time, sometimes you run out of ideas. I mean, Hence the reason why we're seeing the recreation of stuff from the 90s. You know, as Carlos always said in that podcast, in the part that I watched, keep going back to the well. At
Mm-hmm.
some point, the well runneth dry, and then what are you left with?
Mm-hmm.
And that also always brings back my opinion of you need competition. When they only have one player in the game, there is no competition. They don't have to step it up. Now, they got everybody by the nuts, and they're just going to keep throwing stuff out. Are you referring to me? Are you referring to.
Not referring to me, I know that. The one thing
No.
I'd like to see, and this is where you see with other companies, a Ford, a Nike, pretty much anything out there, Doritos or General Mills, stuff like that. Surveys.
Yep.
Why the hell can't you do that in sports cards? Is it people are too tired of listening to negative feedback, or is it because they have thin skin? They want to have their sort of bubble and want to just be like, okay, we did it right this time, and have the yes men. No, if you give surveys, and again, you can do it not in these COVID times of 2020, but
Yeah,
like the
you can.
expo.
No,
Well,
yeah,
you
you
can.
can.
I know, but I'm saying it'd be. I wouldn't say it'd be easier because you have a finite number of people attending like an expo, or you have them at the National or the TriStar show in Houston or the Chicago Sun Times uh, every whatever quarter or each half of the year. When I think right about this time in one March, have pamphlets there, have just a questionnaire type survey there, even and again have it online or have it something with the SASC where you can send it back to somewhere and just have you can add your own gibberish. Like probably have like a Dead Sea Scrolls sized package going there with all my
Probably.
ramblings, or just have someone with a one where you can check stuff off. Because you sit there and say these companies want to say we want to listen to you collectors. We want to listen to you. There's a lot of listening going on. There isn't, and again,
There's no
it's gotten
action.
better. There's no action. It's yeah, we can listen. But guess what? Once we turn off the TV or whatever, we don't need to listen to you because we're the people in charge. Well, no, we're the people in charge because if you don't listen to us, at some point in time, people will, the collectors are going to have to just say, you know what? Fuck this. Topps Tribute looks like Topps Triple Threads, looks like Topps Museum, looks like Topps Gallery, looks like Topps Update. Everything is the fucking same. When did that become the thing? You used to know when something looked like it, and then another product looked like that. It wasn't fucking mix them up in a 52 card deck and try to guess what's what. You don't know because there's nobody listening to, well, hey, go back to this. This worked. No, it's all the same, basically, template now with a couple different foil variations that are not the same. And it's, oh, no, well, that's triple threads. Well, no, that's museum. No, that's tribute. Well, no, it's all the fucking same. But
You
they don't listen to customers, consumers, collectors. You don't listen to your base at
you want to know why
some
they.
point.
There's a reason why they're doing that, though. And here's the thing. And this is my opinion, but I, 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 I think I'm on the track here. This is a business. They're in the business to make money.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep things fairly close to the same, you reduce your cost significantly.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you are increasing your profits. At the end of the day, a company wants to increase their profits. And what's the easiest way to do that? By cutting costs.
Mm-hmm.
And where's the bulk of their cost? It's in two places. It's people and manufacturing costs. If you start making things where it's only a few minor tweaks here and there, you're talking in hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in cost savings. Does it make it right? Fuck no, it doesn't. As a collector, we should all be infuriated. End of conversation. Because then again, there's no innovation. The reason why most of us continue to collect is because we want to see what comes next. What's the next biggest thing? For those of us from the 90s, we started seeing the introduction of all of these technologies. And a lot of that had to do with because of the competition. Oh, well, Pinnacle's doing Dufex. Oh, well, shit. Well, now we got to do like refractor rainbow chromium shit. Oh, now we got somebody doing die cuts. Well, how can we beat that? Let's do laser cuts. And that's why you and I, and a few others, that's why we love that era, is because of that. Not saying that new technologies and new ideas and things haven't happened in later sets and later years, but it's nothing like it used to be. And as a business, especially in 2020, you're always going to find ways to increase that bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the easiest way to do it is to simplify the designs to where, like I said, it's only a few minor tweaks. You could have one set that's, vertical, and the next set could be horizontal, but use the same card design.
Mm-hmm.
For those of us who appreciate what the hobby is and the aesthetics of cards and everything else, we pick up on shit like that pretty quick. But yet, when you have the masses, and by masses I mean your breakers, who are truly the people who are funding the card manufacturers more than what us small time collectors are, they're not going to bitch. Breakers aren't going to bitch. Why are they going to bitch? They're making money. The manufacturer's making money. People are continuing to go to them. It's that consistent, never-ending cycle,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I want more competition. They need to figure out a way, and by they, I'm meaning the sports organizations, the NFL, the Players Association, Major League Baseball, Players Association, NHL. They all need to sit there and realize that one or two manufacturers per sport, of course, for football, there's only one, it ain't working. And why they thought it would work is beyond me. I, I mean, I remember, and I don't remember the year, to be brutally honest, but I remember the year that big announcement came out that Panini was going to be the single manufacturer for the NFL. And I was pissed. Pissed. Because I'm a Topps Chrome guy. That is by far one of my favorite sets ever produced. I've talked about it on the podcast many a times. I have every set minus two complete. 2001 and I'm not fully done with 2002. But everything else is complete. The base set with the rookies. I'm not talking about the variations. I'm not talking about refractors. I'm not talking. But that was my thing. And the minute they came out with that, I'm like, well, fuck, no more Topps Chrome, and it pissed me off.
Yeah, that to your point of not varying the designs at all. Same there. You have one company that answers to you instead of four, five companies. Which again, collectors take it in the shorts because the bottom line needs to be met. Which again, understandable, but it for collectors it's fucking absolutely the worst thing that can happen. It's a monopoly. You think Ford's gonna be the only manufacturer in town? Well, no, Chevy's gonna beat the hell out of them too, and Hyundai and Nissan and everybody else. They're not gonna be like, no, that's not the way it works. And I don't. I get the financial aspect, but at the same time, instead of pushing, sort of like UFC has the contract with ESPN, and you have to have. I don't even know how many fights they had to have by the end of the year to validate their contract. You shouldn't have to have 80 card sets or whatever it is from Panini, from Topps, from whoever. It's when you put that much out, there's only 8 Daniel Megadon rookies autos you would need for the A's a couple years ago. You don't need every set to have 2 variations of that. So you have like 100 variations of a base rookie auto. You don't need that. Nobody wants it. Nobody clamors for it. Breakers even go with the, oh man, you got Egnude. You got another Daniel Megadon auto. That's great. That's the one we're looking for. But to that point you brought up, yeah, they're not gonna sour on the product because why the fuck are they gonna shoot themselves in the foot to lose money? They're not in it. They may be collectors, but that's their bread and butter. That's what pays the bills. They're gonna take the job over the collecting aspect. They might do a little side collecting stuff, but they're not gonna sit there and do what we do and put ourselves out there. They're gonna just say, hey, group break, 30 spots, whatever, blah blah blah, same rhetoric. But again, that's two different worlds.
Oversaturation. Exactly. And that's because you have limited number of manufacturers and all they're doing is consistently cranking out product. And this also goes same conversation. Pretty sure it was the same conversation. Uh, or hell, maybe it was Carlos's conversation with Jeremy. I don't remember. Uh, or it could have been something completely different. Print runs. You know, as a collector, me personally, as a collector, I don't want to know print runs. I
Mm-mm.
want to have no fuck. I don't want to know because and and this is me personally. You know, others may disagree, and I could argue both points. I could argue both sides. I really could. But the collector in me is, you know, print runs. That means you know how many of a certain card are produced. Therefore, that could dictate the market
Mm-hmm.
for said card. At the end of the day, you it's best to not know. Although a lot of stuff these days could be 10,000 copies. But depending on collectability, player, team, city, name recognition, there's usually a market there for a lot of it. Okay? But at the same time, you have to look at the absorption. And if it's overproduced, where's it going to go? I mean, you have a lot of people out there that are player collectors, like yourself, who don't mind having multiple copies of certain cards. The same applies now, but it's a lot more of your investors. And I know that's still a bad word to a lot of people, but investors are the ones that carry the vast majority of a subset of a produced card. Let's say Prism. There could be people out there that are sitting on 500 Zion Williamson Prism rookies. And there could be multiple individuals that have 500 Zion Prism rookies. As of right now, if you think about it, the market can absorb some of that as potentially some people bring them to market. But if you think about it, and to be honest, people can test this theory very easily. Have 2,000, 3,000 Zion Prism rookies hit the market at one time, and you want to talk about a freaking vast differentiation in pricing? It, it's going to completely blow the freaking shit out of the water. Because when you do something like that, then the absorption reduces. So therefore, you're going to have some of those cards that somebody could have paid $200 for early on, let's say, and everybody does it at the same time. They could lose money,
Mm-hmm.
which is why you don't see like a major influx. You see small percentages of influxes based on, they had a hell of a game or whatever. You have people who are willing to, reduce their position in said individual. It's it's just like the stock market. It really is, which is why we've seen an increase in investors. There's always been investors here, folks. Always. Collectibles has always been a thing. If anything has a price associated to it and somebody can sell it for tangible money, it's a thing. Stamps, coins, comics, cards, collectibles, figures, toys, magazines. The list goes on and on. Records, yep. 45s. Everything, it, they're there. And yes, you do have people that are influencers that can manipulate the market. It's no different in the actual stock market. Certain situations that transpire throughout the day can dictate the way the market goes. Somebody could come out and say X, and then all of a sudden, or Tesla comes out and releases their earnings, and they were X percentage over targets for said quarter. Their shit's going to skyrocket, which is going to have an overall impact to the market. It's just the nature of the beast. I'll get off my economics lesson for the day. Yeah, good luck though with trying to prop that up because there's, like 2 million copies of it somewhere or more.
Well, I know he's trying. I think on that card ladder. I don't know if he said he got it on there or not, like the PSA 10. So if that's what it was, Carlos, kudos to you. I tip
I
my
want
hat.
a I want a 1/10 of of that card. I'll mail you a penny.
Carlos, it's on card ladder. That's great. Now, if you can get that onto like the fractional ownership, then I will do the Triple H, the actual Hunter Hearst Helmsley when he first came out as the Hunter with the ribbon in his hair. I will do that graceful bow to you next whenever I meet you. That will be the first thing I do. If you get fractional ownership for an 88 or 89, Greg Jeffries, 88 it must be. Donruss rated rookie. Or no, he wasn't. I don't think he was a rated rookie. He's what, card number 643, 589, somewhere in there. I'd say great minds think alike, but I don't want to disparage you by comparing myself to you. Alfie should be. I don't know how Amit hasn't gotten that yet. He needs to make a harder push. Instead of the pushing his card, he needs to push the Palfy like 10 times as hard.
Okay, call me ignorant, guys. I've yet to watch some of these. Explain this to me like I'm a 3-year-old. What the fuck is the card ladder?
I want to say, and again, I watched not enough to like go into it. I watched. Oh, I think it's that Chris McGill who's on the House of Jordans, and I think he's part of it. And I want to say they take it's always a limited amount of cards. It's not like every card out there. They take basically whatever's the hottest of the hot, and some of the stuff that's shown some upward trends. And I don't know if they put like again, it's more numbers than I care to deal with card wise, but it's statistics, graphs, charts to show like sales, the trajectory. I think Carlos is probably typing away frantically right now, just mashing
Probably.
keyboard buttons to explain it. Because again,
Because
it's
we touched on the fractional ownership thing, and I didn't even bother to waste my time to go watch it because that's just asinine to me that that's even a thing. Uh, Analytics told it tracks prices, blah blah blah. Okay, so it's another analytics tool. Okay, so
mm,
that's good enough. That's the good Cliff Notes version that works. But I wanted to understand what at least it was. I mean, I kind of had an assumption, but I didn't want to throw it out there and be like completely off in left field, which sometimes I like to go. I talk to Dave too much. Oh, what did I say that out loud? Did anybody catch that?
my coworkers say the same thing. Don't worry.
But yeah, the whole fractional ownership thing is it's like that in itself. I just that has like fraud
Hmm.
and uh, pissed off people because first and foremost, who has possession of it? That's that.
It's I think the company that has that, because that was one I wanted to watch a little more because I wanted to hear about how they're gonna flip this, how they're gonna twist, how they're going to sell it. Because to me, I'm in that same boat, and I think Jeremy from Sports Cards Live had that video with the guy on there. And I don't even know the guy's name that's pushing this, the fractional ownership. I said, I don't get it because I want something tangible. I don't want to have, let's all look at the museum piece from behind the velvet rope. I want to hold it. I want to put it in my pillow, put it on my pillow and sleep next to it. I want to talk to it if I want to. And it's
Well, you could
something,
talk to it behind the rope.
well, that's the thing, but then everybody else can hear what I'm saying to it. I, and I get, yeah, okay, if it's a mantle, a 51 Bowman mantle, a lot of us aren't going to be able to own it unless we come across some old lady at a garage sale selling just a box of cards. Those stories are pretty much washed up. There's some Honus Wagner's what last year that somebody found in like a wall or an attic or some boxes or whatnot, but those stories don't come along, and as the years go by, they become even more and more infrequent. I
And
can get that
questionable
if
for
that's
that
what you,
matter.
huh?
And questionable for that matter.
Oh yeah, yeah. If the tangible part of cards isn't something that you're dead set on, if just having the feeling or the notoriety of, or the knowing, the knowledge of you owning, even if it's 1/8 millionth of a 51 Bowman mantle, a 52 Tops mantle, some tobacco era card, uh, what is it, 33 Gaudy Babe Ruth, that might be, or that's a Garrick, one of the two. If you feel good enough about dropping $100 on a share for that card, and that is enough for you, then go ahead and do it. But so most of us, that it just, even if we can't own that card, that isn't a feasible road to go down, because just it's seemingly having too many red flags when you don't have some physical ownership of a card. When you ship it off to the company that's doing these like share things, and the person that owns it says, "Hey," because it can go up to, what is it, for 50% out of the gate, or they can just, because you still have that person can still own it. Whoever sends the card in can say, "Hey, I want to sell 30% of these shares at X amount, and then we'll sell them off." He still maintains ownership, but I think he's got to, or she would have to have the card in the company's possession. You can't be like, "Hey, I'm going to sell this Abreu here. I'm going to keep it though. Sell 40% of the shares, but I keep it." Because again, then you start running into like the real red flags. Like, well, not, somebody's selling something for somebody else, but that a third party has it now. But
Well,
it
but
just, there's too many moving parts for this, for me, to be something that is going to be sustainable for the long term. You just,
well, and that I was going to ask, how is this going to be? I mean, how is it regulated? Because
well,
to
yeah.
me, this almost sounds like it's digital currency, almost like
Hmm.
Bitcoin and all that other stuff. Because you can own a percentage of a Bitcoin, and it has a monetary value. But from a fractional ownership perspective, if you're going to have fractional ownership of something as an investment, the expectation is that some point you should be able to cash out on said investment. And if that, to me, that would mean that yes, you're selling your shares, but in order for you to obtain a profit from selling your shares, that means that the full product would have to be sold. How else are you going to, you get where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
If I own 50% of a card, and I'm going small numbers here. $100, I own 50%. Okay. The card skyrockets to $1,000, which means technically my investment has increased. However, how am I going to reap the benefits of my investment because of the increase in value if the card isn't sold? Because to me, that's the only way that any transaction can take place to where you can technically cash out your shares. Unless I'm missing the whole point here.
There was part 2 where I think, again, that episode, again, as much as it paid me to watch as much as I did, because it's something I just don't believe in. That's not something I'd ever throw money at. Let's say 30 of us buy shares. At some point, you're like, okay, I want to sell my 50 shares. And again, I don't remember. I don't think it was like, hey, here's the other 29 people. I'm offering up my shares. First come, first serve. I think you can sell to them.
All right,
Get
Dave.
your
Okay, hold on. Hold on one second. Carlos, would you be willing to jump on here if Dave could find a way to send you a link?
send. Can you send him the link? Fuck, you're not on Instagram.
No, I'm not. Because if we have an opportunity,
I know.
I'd like to hear part of that.
I know. I gotta figure that out, Carlos, without going off this.
So you should still be able. I mean, you should be able to minimize. Or I know you're on your phone, but you should be able to basically kind of go to like your home screen without closing out of anything.
I'm gonna try now. So if something happens, I'll be back.
Well, people will sit here in silence because now you're sideways, but you're still there.
Oh.
Excuse the oddness in the video. Dave is levitating somehow. Oh, and now Vinny says Instagram is down for a lot of people too, like him. Were you able to send it
Mm.
or no? So Carlos, if you can, we won't keep you the entire time unless you want to just hang, which is always fun because then we could have a three-way conversation about COVID. There he is.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Welcome as the third guest.
I was going to say, Vinny had his chance. I thought he was going to be this week. I thought that was the original idea.
No, we didn't solidify that.
Okay.
No.
Got it. Yeah, so you're getting it without the microphone and the fanciness. Sorry. It's the best you're getting.
It's fine.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'll give you the short version. Here's the short version. Like, I'll literally give you the short version. Okay? So what it comes down to is this. It is registered with the SEC. That isn't the same as like a stock or whatever, but it is close. Like it still has certain hoops they can't just do whatever they want. It's got to be, you got to make sure that you say like, hey, how much is this thing worth? Even if you're making up the number. That was one of the questions I had because I talked about it on a couple of my streams. I go, hey man, what's to prevent you from just making up a number off the top of your head? Because one of the questions I had is it feels like a made up number, a little bit. And I questioned one of the specific ones because I know the market for that card a little bit better. So I could be like, I don't know about that one. But anyway, so that's the first part. Second part, when you're doing it, the other thing you're really coming into contact with is if you're going to do that, then you do get some money. Because the thing is, so let me use the one that I'd used, the 53 Tops Mantle. There's a 53 Tops PSA 10 Mantle that's one of them. Okay, that's a classic one. So what happens next is when you go to sell it, the guy originally bought it for like 1.1 million, 1.14 million, and that's included in the prospectus. So like they don't hide that from you; they tell you straight up the guy bought it for this amount. And then when they make up the number, they're like, okay, so we think it's worth this. Now here's my problem: when they did it, they also explained how they came to that number, which is good. You have to do it. You have to explain how. So what they did is they said, all right, 52 Tops Mantle, PSA 10, experts think it would be worth about 10 million. Problem, it's never sold for that much money. It's a guess. So now you're making up a comp based on a comp that you just made up. So that's the first thing. So you did that. And that was I talked about that with Chris McGill, the guy from Card Ladder. Well, the thing is, he agreed that it was a dumb idea. And he's a guy who would be theoretically the market for this. And he actually couldn't. He likes to play devil's advocate. I give him his props because when he comes on, we talk serious. And usually when people come on my show, it's like, I'm not going to take bullshit. Like, just answer my question. And usually they're pretty straight up about it. So he goes, no, I can't come up with anything. Like, I'm trying to play devil's advocate just to like, because I do a startup too, so I like respect what they're trying to do. And even straight up, he goes, I can't think of a good use for this. And the stuff you're telling me doesn't make any sense. So from his perspective, it doesn't make sense either. So like, just to tell you, like straight up, they don't think it makes sense either. So the problem is you're making up this number. So it means on paper, I just took $1 million card or 1.1 million and I turned it into a $2.5 million card because what they did is they said, okay, if the 52 Tops Mana would be 10 million, this would be worth like a quarter. So 2.5 million. So what they did is they said, we'll sell X amount of shares, this percentage of the card at this price. Well, that amount of money goes in the owner's pocket. So the owner, minus fees and whatever, made about $800,000 selling about half the card. So they bought the card for $1 million and sold 50% stake in it for about $800,000. That sounds like he made money to me because he still retains 50% ownership. It's the best of all worlds. Technically, on paper, you still own the card. The company holds the card because you have to for regulation. Like, it can't be sitting in your house. That's not cool because insurance would not cover that. Like, you can't do that. It has to be in a secured facility, a vault or whatever. It's got to be locked away. But on paper, you do own 50%. When and if it comes time to sell the thing, then it gets interesting because you do have a say in it because you have voting shares as well, but you can't veto. If the majority of the people vote to say, hey, we'd like to sell it, hey, there's an offer on the table for 3.5 million or 4.5 million or whatever. Okay, cool. Then there's a committee that goes in and reviews it and goes, hey guys, it's in our best interest. It's like any share in any stock. It's in our best interest to sell this. We can make money on it. We'll make money for you. We'll distribute it. The money for the shareholders is made in trading and selling it. The problem is you did it based on a number you just made up in the first place. So if it's not worth 2.5 million, you lost money the second it's available. And you had to sit on that for 3 months. You can't sell or buy the shares for 3 months. So basically you just froze your money. It's about the worst possible way you could do an investment. It's just dumb. So that's the short version. Does that help a little bit? Yeah. So that there's a lot of problems with it, but those are the biggest ones that I could find just thinking about it. Like, those are the biggest issues that I see right off the top.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. Even if I wanted, like I said, a Mantle rookie, a Gaudy, Garrett, I'm not throwing my money towards something that like I said, I'm looking behind a velvet rope at, and I'm not even getting to look at it because it's just something that's there. It's like the thought bubble. That's all it is. It's not something that's going to come out of that thought bubble and I'm going to cradle it in my tender hands and like loving
Dave,
it.
we already discussed your Pillow Talk issue with the fractional ownership model. That's an issue that you need to discuss on your own time. That's a different problem entirely. Like, to each their own, buddy. To each their own. I thought you already had chickens. We already discussed the roadkill thing. You've got chickens. It's all good. You're fine. Don't worry about it. But the thing is, the real problem, in addition to that, like totally true, totally right. But the other problem that comes into it is that if you're an actual shareholder, like my point was with Chris, and the thing is, he couldn't dispute it. He was in general agreement with my point. Was I was like, okay, so number one, there's better ways to make money in the hobby. If you just want to make money, there are better ways. This is probably about the dumbest way you can do it. And the second thing is, so there's like 100 ways I could. I'm not an investor, but I could give you 100 suggestions that would probably do better, and you get your money back quicker, and you could buy $100 card and turn it into $200. You do that, or you're already ahead. Like
Yeah.
you're better off than buying 4 shares of this thing and sitting on it for 3 months where you can't make any money. Like, what's the point? And the second thing is, okay, so let's say you do that, whatever, fine. And then let's say you do make some money on it. The problem is now you need someone else to suddenly randomly think it's worth more than 2.5 million, which is a number we just made up. It's a pop 2. So the card I used was a specific example. It's a pop 2. That means there's only one other card floating out there. You have to sit there and be like, okay, so is this thing going to sell soon? Maybe, maybe not. It's a $2.5 million card, theoretically. They don't sell every weekend. There's not enough of them floating out there to like be constantly transacted, so that ain't gonna happen. And the other part of it is that, okay, so let's say it does, and let's say it sells for $3 million. Hey, you made a profit. Okay, your $25 share is now worth 30, and you had to sit for 3 months to make $5 a share. Do you want a parade? Do you want me to roll in a cake for you because you made $5? Like, the money you're making, like, jokes aside, the money I joke on your chat and whatever. It's like the money you're making on there, I make in my lunch break, and I don't make a ton of money. Like, I'm not sitting here with millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, that ain't true. But truthfully, jokes aside, I can make that in my lunch break, eating my lunch. So it's like this isn't worth my time. Like, it's not worth my effort. It's not worth my time. It's not worth anything. That's a problem for me. So I'm not saying that you couldn't do it. Of course you can do it. If it makes you happy, knock yourself out. But the value isn't there. Even if I'm looking at it strictly as an investor, I would advise you against it, just because the money's not there. It makes no sense. And the last point that I made, which was the joke, but at the same time I was kind of serious, is there's actually no reason. No, I did mention that, Paul. Like, you have to hold it for 90 days until you can start trading. So that is the market part. You're 100% right, though. You're 100% right. But the thing is, even if you do all that, all great, there's technically no reason that I can think of. Not in the paperwork, not in the anything there. Number one, you've got, let's say you do a 50% sale of your stake in the card. Down the road, what's to stop you from selling another 20 or 30% if the price does go up on the shares? It would actually be to your advantage. Why not? You sold 50% off and you got $25 a share. That's awesome. Let's say the price goes up to $35 a share. You sell off another 25% stake. And then eventually, when it goes to $40 a share, you sell off another 25% stake, and you actually made a ton of money. Maybe you're more than doubled your money comfortably. Awesome. That's great. From the seller standpoint, this is actually fantastic. You didn't have to give up full control of the card until you're ready to do so. You got the possibility of making more money down the road if the shares go up. That's awesome. And you got to have some money back right up front from the investment you already made. This sounds like a win-win-win for the seller to me. And for the company, they get the transaction fees and all that good stuff. That's a win for them too. The only person who really doesn't win are the shareholders and the buyers. So, and that's assuming everything goes right. Maybe they'll make a couple of bucks and they'll get their, slice of cake that they bought on discount because that's about all the money they made. But that's the other part of it. And then the last piece is, the joke that I made was, okay, great. Let's say you figure this model out. Do you really need a physical card? You could do this with a digital card. What difference does it make? You don't own the card anyway. You can buy a share in a digital card. Does it actually make a difference? Not really. The blockchain cards actually sell for money. So what difference does it make? Would you like fractional shares in a Zion blockchain card? I bet you would. You get glorified JPEG. You can have a fractional share. You get 1 pixel of the glorified JPEG. Come on, Steve. At $20 a pixel at the glorified JPEG of Zion, you can pretend which pixel you have. So I have fun with it. But the thing is, like, there's really no reason you couldn't do that. And actually, the digital cards would be the perfect vehicle for this. It is the fulfillment of the prophecy. It is the final stage in the ridiculousness of this is it. That's the final stage. I'm letting you guys know this a year or two before they do it. That is the final stage. when we do the
Well,
digital card
2020's
and
not
fractional
over
cards.
yet, so they might still ramp that out, and that'll be like the Christmas thing.
You get about no. I think they have to get past this first one because the first cycle only becomes up for sale in December. So I think this is a 2021 thing. I'm just letting you guys know in advance. Get yourselves ready for the fractional shares of the digital blockchain cards. That's 2021. If it does happen, I totally called it on this podcast. 100%. There you go.
Mark it down. November 10th.
I could totally see them doing it though. Like, there's no reason why not. Why wouldn't you? Like, you literally get to make up the value. That's the beauty of it. It's like, it's a digital card. Like, what great expert is going to come in and argue that you're wrong about the price of the digital card?
Yeah.
Like, you can't. Like, I joke about it, but at the same time, when I make some of those jokes, and that's one of the things that I tell Jeremy and sometimes a thing when we talk about it, it's like, when I make some of these jokes, I'm also a little bit serious because I understand what I'm saying. And I'm saying it for a reason. It's like, understand there is something behind it. Like, if you read between the lines, I'm actually kind of serious. I could totally see them doing it. Why wouldn't they? Makes total sense. Is that a card you picked up?
No.
Anybody
want to buy some shares in a Clayton
Kershaw
Kershaw patch?
Like, no, but like, if you're gonna sell this to this audience, why wouldn't you? Like, it makes complete sense. And the beauty of it is the digital card means you can get as many as you want to get your hands on. You don't have to sit there and wait for this like PSA 10 whatever to appear. You could have way more options available, and you could have a full stock exchange and exchange these things like ETFs or shares or whatever all over the place. You could have this huge, robust exchange. If you're going to make money on these transactions, you need volume. Well, how do you get volume? You need more cards. Well, digital cards are perfect. It is the perfect vehicle to really make this thing. It then basically becomes like trading crypto. It's card crypto with a different name. Instead of Dogecoin, you get your digital Kershaw. Live the dream, man. It's Bitcoin or digital Kershaw. Your choice.
Well, Ed makes a good point. I want those instead of like a kaboom card for WNBA, it's gonna be like
but the thing is, like, and here's the thing. I've joked about this with some of my friends. I don't knock WNBA because I don't care whether people enjoy it or not. If someone legitimately enjoys it, I applaud them. Because whatever is entertainment for you, watch it. Go for it. And if you like the cards and you actually want to buy the cards, again, go for it. Now, people are excited about it because it's like, well, they just need something else to invest in that hasn't already been sold out. Like, they run from one thing to another. It's the same reason the soccer took off all of a sudden. It's like, wait, did we just invent soccer? Was that new? No, it wasn't new. Soccer's been but soccer's the most popular sport. Yeah, it was the most popular sport last year too. Internationally, it's a super popular sport. Like, you know what the thing is though? They don't buy the cards. They don't care. The demand picked up here. That's why. That's why suddenly those soccer cards shot up. It wasn't because the Europeans are like, we've had those cards here for years, literally years. We didn't really care that much. We like watching the soccer and throwing things at players we don't like and batteries. That's what we like. Buying the cards? I don't have time for that noise. Got to buy some beer.
That takes away from my throwing things. I can't throw a card at a player. I can throw a bottle.
But the thing is, like, the passion for soccer in Europe extends to the game. It's the same reason why I say, like, when basketball took off, it's like, yeah, respect, I get it. Like the Luka and Zion and all that, cool, no problem, I agree. And as the reason why I enjoy having some of those either industry folks or like other hobbyists or whatever on my show and whatever is because I can talk to them generally pretty seriously about it and be like, all right, why do you think this is? I just want to know why they think, and then I'll I'll debate them on it. But the truth is, it's like, it's about making money. It's about making money, bro. And I don't have a problem with that. I differ from you guys in one sense where I kind of I'm a hobby anarchist. I'm like, dude, whatever happens, happens. Let the building burn down, like whatever. But the thing is, it will resettle. If you really care that much about fixing it, you do have the power to do it. But the problem is the guy to the left and to the right of you doesn't want to. Retail is sold out. The flippers have bought too much. Cool. I have a solution for you. Don't buy it on the secondary market. Mm-hmm. Don't do it. Don't buy it. If the flippers can't make money and they're buying on credit and the credit comes due and they're screwed and they have to suddenly dump it on the market, they're not going to play this game. They're going to get their hands burned a couple of times, and then that's the end of it. It'll be available for you. But you got to hold off for 6 months. 6 months. But if you can't do it and you have to buy it on the secondary, well, then I have a solution. Go look in the mirror. That's the person responsible for it. It's not the flipper. The flipper is a result of, they're a symptom of the actual problem. You keep looking to the symptom and complaining about the symptom and ignoring the problem. So you're not fixing the problem.
But here's the question, though, Carl.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Since we're talking about COVID,
Sure. Yeah.
do you think what we're seeing from the retail side has a lot to do with what's transpiring, though?
It's a factor. The thing is, we love collectively. This is the collective we, everybody. We love finding one cause. We think, oh, it's this, or it's this, or it's this, or it's this. And I would love that to be true. And if it was, hey, awesome. I'll make a video about it. I'll tell you exactly what the singular cause is. It's Dave's beard. If we fix that, everything's solved. I'm not saying how we fix it. I'm just saying we need to fix it. But the thing is, it's not one cause. COVID is a piece of the puzzle. The retail thing, the shoe kids coming in, that's a piece of the puzzle. That's a symptom, though. That's not the disease. That's a symptom. If there's not money to be made, they're not coming. The fractional share ownership, that's a symptom. That's because there's money available. If there wasn't money available, they don't care. That's not part of it. Even the digital stock exchange for cards, StockX is trying to get into that game. This other one, I laugh because I joked with Amit on one of my things. I think I mentioned it to him or somebody else. I forget who it was. I joked about the digital card exchange thing. Okay. Do any of you guys remember the pit.com? Does that ring a bell? A little bit, Dave? Okay. The pit.com was the first sports card exchange, stock exchange, back in 2000. That was 20 years ago. This ain't new. We tried it already. They had a whole marketing blitz. In fact, I got a free card out of it because I set up an account back in 2000 and got a 1991 Upper Deck Final Edition Pedro Martinez rookie card. I still have it. I got it for free. It's worth like $5. But they were giving out these free graded cards because they were a digital stock exchange. You could buy and sell graded cards back in 2000. Imagine what that looked like back then. By the way, you can go on the thing called Wayback Machine, and you can see what that website looked back like back in 2000. It's hilarious. You should go check it out. It's a joke. It's fantastic. I might make a video on it because it's funny. And it's good contrast to be like, by the way, guys, this ain't new. That's why I like doing my videos the way that I do. Sometimes I'll be like, so just so you guys know, none of this is new. We've done this already. We did it 20 years ago. 20. .com bubble number 1. We did it already. And we tried it. And the pit.com still exists. It still exists. Nobody cares about it. Nobody thought about it, whatever. StockX has now given its shot at it. There's like myslabs.com. There's a bunch of these other ones. There's another one that I completely forgot the name of. Starstock, I think. Whatever. And a couple of guys were like, oh, you should do a thing on Starstock. I'm like, why? It's literally ComC/the pit. Okay, and I joke with Amit. It's like, all right, Amit, I'll give you my review on Starstock. Here it is. Take 50% ComC and 50% the pit from 20 years ago, make a baby, and that's Starstock. Done. I don't need to make a 20-minute video on it. I can give it to you in about a minute and a half. I just did it. We're done. But the advantage of being in the hobby a long time is that I can draw these references back. And then people forget or don't remember or whatever. It's all cool. You know what? I'll teach you. I'll show you. Because here's what it was. Because I can actually show you pictures. I can actually go back on the Wayback Machine. And I can show you what the old website used to look like. I can show you stuff like that. And sometimes I'll do that for a video because they're like, maybe people don't know. Maybe people are new to the game and they have no idea. Hey, by the way, we tried this 20 years ago. It didn't work back then. Could it work now? Sure. But that's because, again, people do like making money, and it's another way. And I don't have a problem with people making money. It's all good, man. It's all good. Like, I'm not gonna knock somebody making a couple of bucks. That's all good. I'm cool with it. But that's why I don't get offended about a lot of this stuff, because I'm like, a lot of it is in your control. If you let it affect you. I've listened to some shows and some podcasts where they freak out and they lose their minds, and I'm like, why are you getting so mad? You do have some control over this. Some of this is you deciding to get mad because you want to get mad. Not because you have to get mad, but because you're like, oh, but it's not fair. And it's like, well, dude, sometimes life's not fair. I'm sorry to get overly philosophical with you. Sometimes life's not fair. And the hobby is the least unfair thing we can do to you. Like, I'm not giving you cancer. I'm not, I'm not killing your firstborn. I'm not doing anything of the sort. It's cards, man. It's cards. Like, if cards are ruining your life, then you need to take a break. Take a step back, man. Take a step back. We're getting a little too serious here. I enjoy it as much as anybody else. I do. Like, I literally have to stop buying cards right now for basically the rest of the month and a half because I saw some good cards. Dave saw one of them. I got one of my grails recently, but I got another one. I've literally dropped about $1,000 in the last like 3 days. And I'm like, we're done. we're taking a break. We're walking back. Let's just step back here for a minute. The wallet is screaming in agony. I need to take a breather. But the thing is, I love cards. I enjoy them. They're fun for me. It's still a hobby. And the thing is, I'll spend $1,000 on cards. I'll take a break for a while. It's all good. I'm gonna enjoy my new cards. When the cards come in and I get to make the video, that's gonna be fun for me. Because these are some awesome cards I've been wanting for 20 years. So I'm like, awesome. I'll explain why I wanted them for 20 years. I'll explain why I think they're awesome. It's gonna be fun. I'll make the video. It'll be cool. But that's part of the hobby too, for me. Even hopping on here and talking about this stuff, that's part of the hobby too. All of it. So that's why I don't get mad about any of it. Because it's like, what am I going to get mad about? What can you possibly do, manufacturers, that's going to bother me? It's not possible.
And that's why I like when I collect all the various people I collect. I wish I would have collected this guy sooner. It would have been a lot.
Oh, listen. Just shy of Greg Jeffries, but all-time greatest. You know what? Meat bought the PSA 4 Paul Fee rookie.
I saw that.
I was like, the best part is we're gonna have a conversation at some point in this a while because I think he called me out on Instagram and I laughed and I'm sitting there like, Amit is the kind of guy. Steve, you may not know him too much. You've seen a little bit of him, but you may not know him too much behind the scenes. But Amit's the kind of guy who loves a novelty or a joke to the point that he will literally spend money on the joke. Where I was like, no, I got it on Card Ladder. That cost me nothing. It was funny. It was funny, but it cost me nothing. I'm not going to spend. The joke is that I never will buy the Greg Jeffries card. I'm not doing it. I don't need it. Like, any dollars I spend on Greg Jeffries are dollars that I could be spending on a card I actually want. I'm not doing it. It's like, Amit, though, loves the joke to the point that he will spend money on the joke. It's like, dude, the novelty is funny, and then there'll be a punchline, but the punchline wasn't worth money. It wasn't that funny. It'll take him months to get to the punchline because he'll get all the different levels of cards. I have no doubt he'll go for it. I have no doubt he'll go for it to the conclusion. And it'll be funny for like 30 seconds. And then I have no idea how much money he spent on it, a couple $100. And I'm like, cool, I'm going to buy a card I want for a couple of $100 if it's all the same to you. Greg Jeffries ain't it. Although I can reference it as many times as I want on my channel for free. And it can still be fun. We can have fun with the card, but I will probably never get my hands on one unless someone gifts it to me down the road. Like, that's the only way it's coming. Like, I'm not buying it. I don't care if it's $1. It ain't happening.
What's going on, Bart? But that's the good part about like collecting all the people I collect and like, the sets I look at, the various types of cards. When all the stuff, like let's say I'm just sticking with Acuna or Bichette, like Guerrero, I don't have to sit there and pay this price this week, this price the next week, this price at the end of the month, 2 months. I don't have to keep going in that direction. I can say, well, yeah, I'm looking at Waz now. Okay, that's great. And all this stuff's going more than I really care to pay. I'll look at Doug Gilmore. I'll look at some Hall of Fame patches from the NFL. I'll go circle back to Abreu and Derek Lee. I'll go all my zigging and zagging, but I'm still having fun. I'm still picking up stuff that I do want or I have wanted for a number of years. And it's not just going with the flow and like, okay, I'm getting carried out to sea by the tide. Well, I'll just sit here and whatever happens, happens. Well, no, you're going to drown. You're done.
Well, Dave, some of us diversify our collection by collecting different areas. I like a little vintage baseball. I like some of these others. I sometimes will buy some Juan Soto. That's fun because I can find some. If I can find a good Juan Soto card that's like a low numbered card that's a decent price, I'm all over it. I'm on it. Or Albert Pujols rookies because I still think they're undervalued. Here's your one #invest thing. Albert Pujols, who's a surefire Hall of Famer, is probably still undervalued. Like. I'm not really selling you on any shocking thing. Just so you know, go look up his stats. He's probably good. He'll probably get to the Hall of Fame, and he's probably still a little undervalued compared to the ridiculous numbers he actually has. There's your hashtag invest moment. But like for some of these guys, I'm like, oh, no, I needed to have some of these Pujols cards in my collection. I'm like, these are awesome cards. These are rookie cards of like a guy that I think is great and I respect it, and like I still think I can get them for a reasonable price. I'm on it, no question. But I'll collect these other areas. They're fun. They're enjoyable. Now, mind you, Dave, you take it to the extreme of collecting, I think, 1,450 players. I think I've got 1,600 Medalla cards. You might collect 1,600 players. I think that's how that works. So it's like at a certain point, it's like, how do you decide which one of your 1,600 players to actually buy?
Just depends on what's up. That's the
thing. He's not denying the number. The number is probably, he's like, ballpark wise, yeah, probably not. That number's about right. Yeah.
Give or take 5 or 10, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just whatever catches the eye. And again, like Josh Johnson, the card eventually I'll put, that came in yesterday, I think.
But that Berger you sent over, I hope you do have 2 kidneys, Dave. You have 2 kidneys. I think you might need to exercise that kidney clause.
There was one I bid on yesterday. 80 or 99 2000. It might have been the Be a Player emblem.
Okay.
And I thought I bid strong, and I got hammered.
Well, because that's why I'm saying like that card that you showed on Instagram. I won't reveal it because got to give you your best shot at getting it. So I won't say anything. But I'm saying like that is a legitimately like iconic card of that time period, especially for the player, the combination, the combo, all of it. It's just a great card. So it's like at that point you might have to consider your kidney. You might need to find some relatives who or neighbors who like find themselves in a tub of ice. Like these things happen. Whatever you got to do, Dave. Like I co-sign whatever you decide to do. Steve's nodding in approval. Like we're all in agreement here. Like do whatever you have to do, man. Like it's Minnesota. There's plenty of extra kidneys lying around somewhere, and it's cold enough. You may not even need the tub of ice. You just leave them outside.
No. Right now I don't need the tub of ice.
That's what I'm saying. So I just saved you from having to buy ice. The problem solves themselves.
With the COVID thing, being able to put but the COVID
Please,
thing.
I love that you somehow. This is the time we actually get back on topic.
That's how we do this, Carlos.
This is the time we get back on topic. All right, you convinced me. I'm getting another beer. Please explain how this relates to the COVID thing. Please continue.
With all the selling I did of pertinent, I'd say topical basketball cards, and making some. It wouldn't be. I'll do that too, Ed. I've got a 20,288,000 acre ranch full of water.
This is the Canadian sponsor, local brewery, microbrew. Limited batch. I'm actually pretty happy with it. It's pretty good.
With selling the basketball stuff that I sold back in August, where I had 300-ish into it. Granted, it had been sitting for about 4 years, but to make 10 and a quarter times that, I was able to make some purchases, and one of them was this. So if I have to sell this, I would. Kidney this, and it's close, neck and neck. So I mean, if I had to sell something like that, which I wouldn't, but to get a brochure,
you got a lot of neighbors, and you got plenty of kidneys lying around you everywhere you go. Think of that as cashable assets is the term you need to use. Cashable assets.
You've got a neighbor.
That's not my official advice. That definitely didn't come from me. It probably came from Westergriff. That was probably his idea. I have no idea.
I know somebody
for legal purposes.
That guy. So that guy can go up there, and I know there's a.
Well, that'll get you like $1. Yeah. All right. What else you got?
We're on our way. And I mean, there's other things I could probably sell, but yeah, that card is something. Again, when I got that Beckett in, and I started leafing through it, and I saw that there's a variation, like I showed you. I'm like, well, that just came in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm thankful that he doesn't have that run for the Cup one, because I don't even want to imagine. I've been offered the Sundin one somebody saw a post either on Blowout or Hobby Insider. They're like, "You're looking for older hockey ones?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I got the Sundin run for the Cup." I'm like, "Oh, well, what do you want for it?" "Well, $250." I'm like, "If I
That's not
collected
unreasonable
Sundin."
for that card. That's not unreasonable.
No, oh, I know,
Especially
but at
nowadays.
the same time, I'm like, "Ooh,
Yeah.
$250 for that for a
Mhm.
guy I like, but I don't collect."
Yeah.
Just to have an example of it, I'm like, I'll look for like something. I think Van Beesbrook's in there.
Mhm.
So I mean that you can get a cheaper option. I'm like,
It's
if
not that much cheaper. The Van Beesbrook's on eBay. Or at least it was.
mhm.
I don't know if it still is, but like it's cheaper, yes, but not like ridiculously cheaper.
No, there's not one that's up
I
there for
actually asked that
$50.
Medano collector that has all like the heavy hitters. I did ask him if he had the run for the Cup. He had sold it off, but he would. Let's put it this way: I dropped $1,000, and the grand went directly into his account. So that's all I'm saying about where those cards came from. They all came from the exact same seller, including that platinum.
Well,
including all the Be a Player stuff.
A bunch of it, yeah, most of it. In fact, I got one of the packages today. One of the packages today from the same guy. So this one is out of 10. They don't number them, but the team quads that year, you got these guys that's out of 10, and this one's out of 28. So that's today's shipment. That is 2001, 2002 Be a Player Signature Series franchise players. That is out of 28. Also not numbered because Be a Player.
mm-hmm.
This one you would have no idea it's out of 10 unless you actually looked it up and realized it was out of 10. By the way, it's out of 10.
And that's
They
why
don't pop up every weekend. Same guy. Same guy that has the platinum. Same guy that has a bunch of these other ones. And there is a certain patch card that I picked up from him. And he had a UD Premier Cup 1 of 1 for sale this weekend. It lasted 24 hours. I didn't buy it. It sold for $1,000.
I was gonna say it probably had to sell for about as much as what that Dominion you went after.
It actually sold for a little bit more, but it sold for $1,000. But that UD Premier one, that $1,000 is not unreasonable. I thought about it. That would have been $1,000 for the one card. At that point, Dave, I'd have to look around Minnesota to find how many kidneys I could get my hands on. Well, I value mine. I like to have mine. You got people around there that are expendable. Send me a list.
I don't need to send you a list. I'll just send you everybody in the state.
Well, the thing is, like the one good thing about collecting Medano is that would be like the high watermark card, because because the Shield 1 of 1, that is like the cream of the crop. You're not going to get that much higher than that. Like as a player, it is $1,000, yes, and 1,300 Canadian if you want, but a lot of money. Like not. Let's put it this way: it's not like an insta buy. It's not like you hit buy. I got to think about this one for a minute. Hold on. Let me talk to my accountant. It's like, can we do this? Is this cool? It's like, am I gonna have to live on craft dinner for a while? Like, how's this gonna work? But it can be done. It can be done. But that's like the high level. The good news is, as a player, I don't have to go that much higher for even the cream of the crop. But that would be a centerpiece. That would be when you stick it in the middle. There you go, man. I don't need everything else, but that would be an awesome one to have. And it's a shame because I really did think about it. I was like, I feel like I almost dodged a bullet, and then I'm like kind of jealous they bought it. I'm kind of jealous. I'm like, I kind of want to get one of Dave's friend's kidneys. Go ahead.
How many shields does he have?
He's got a couple, because the Cup released a bunch. It was Steve quoted the thing perfectly. The reason why I said Steve gets it is that the going to the well thing was an intentional phrase that I used with Carvin, because he's the perfect guy to ask, because Carvin believes in. I came up with an idea, and he articulated a little bit, but what I was trying to get across to everybody is that when we were talking, even before I started the show and hit the button to go live, he held stuff back on purpose. He was like, I don't want to use everything in the first year of this product, because then we got nothing left. We got no bullets in the chamber. And that was the way he put it. It's like, when they came up with the LeBron RPA and the LeBron patch, whatever, rookie patch, it sold for almost $2 million. That card is sold for almost $2 million. So obviously people like it. They didn't autograph it. Why? Because he goes, well, if we do that and if we get to year 2, then what's left? Well, at least in year 2, we'll make him autograph because we're only getting one LeBron rookie year. We're only getting one. People are going to like it anyway. The logo man patches. People are going to like him anyway. We don't need to make him autographed. Save that for year 2. That way you still have another bullet in the chamber. You can do something to it to make it a little more special, a little spicier. Because you don't have that rookie crop to suddenly... Because that rookie crop was ridiculous for basketball. It was a strong rookie crop. There were great players in that crop. So don't use everything. He did the same thing with the cup. We held some stuff back to be like, when we get to next... If we do get to a year 2, we got something. If we get to a year 3, we got something. Today, they don't do that anymore. Now they say like, all right, well, did we come up with an idea this year? Yeah, I have an idea. I have 4 ideas. Cool. Throw them all in the set. So what are we going to do next year? We're in trouble. We already used up our 4 ideas because they've done almost everything else. And I like bringing back designs that people like. I think that's awesome. But you don't want to do it every year. You don't want to do it all the time because eventually it's like, oh yeah, well that was 20 years ago, but you can only go back to the well so many times. It will run dry. And then people are like, but I've seen this already. I saw it last year. I saw it the year before. I saw it the year before that. You already showed it to me 5 times. Now what? And that's for people who are buying new stuff. Like, I totally respect that they would be annoyed. And that was the thing that Carvin was talking about. He goes, like, I'm trying to balance this out. I want to make value. Somebody who's opened a box shouldn't feel like they're getting ripped off. So you need to give them something. But then somebody who buys it later is like, but this looks like last year's. It's kind of lame. So then all of a sudden you got no secondary market value. Leaf, this is one thing where I would, if I was going to talk to Brian Gray, and I may reach out at some point and be like, all right, man, let's do it. Let's go. Because Brian Gray can talk. He can talk too. He can talk. But that would be an interesting conversation because I can critique him as a buyer. I have a complete set of one of the Leaf Signatures Medanos. I have all of them, including the 2 1-of-1s, which is stupid. It was a stupid idea and I hate it for it. But the thing is, I bought it because once I started, I was like, okay, I'm going to try to complete this 1 rainbow. This is the one time I'm doing this because 2 1-of-1s is dumb. That's not even including the plates. And I've got 2 of the 4 plates, which is stupid. Stupid. You're an idiot if you do that. But the point is, so I put together this collection of this card. But all it is just changing the foil a bunch of times. And the most common version is out of 15. So it's already a tough card. And then you make it out of 7. It's a tough card. Then you make it out of 5. It's a tough card. You make it out of 3, out of 2, out of 1. I joke with Matt when I was talking about that card. Said I got so pissed off once I realized there were 2 1-of-1s that the 2 of 2 came up. I bought it, and then the other 2 of 2, the other out of 2 came up. I bought it out of hate. I'm like, no one's getting it. It's mine now. Fuck this. I'm getting all of them then. Forget it. But that's out of anger. That's not out of any rational anything. I don't need it. Like, it's not necessary. But it was like, but I didn't like the idea. I was like, look, man, you could have done it out of 25. You could have done it out of 50 and out of 25 and like it out of 5. And it would have been about the same. You could have used the same amount of stickers and just spread it out a more reasonable amount. You didn't need to make 2 1-of-1. One of them was a Canadian exclusive 1-of-1. I only found it because it came up on Comc randomly and I saw it and I was like, I hate you all. I hate everything. I'm going to go outside and kick a puppy. Fuck this. She's like, puppy's getting it. But I bought the stupid thing. And because I was like, that was the last one I needed. I was like, all right, fine. Idiot. That's how it goes though. That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. I actually
That's why
Go ahead.
That's why I'm staying away from a lot of the newer stuff.
Totally agree. No, it's completely fair. I've focused a lot more on playing day stuff because I'm like, you know what? I like the playing day stuff more. There's some cool stuff in the new stuff. Don't get me wrong. There's some cool stuff. And if it's cool and the price is reasonable, like I did buy a 1-of-1 recently, but I was like, it's a cool card. I was like, okay, it's a cool card and the price was fair. I was like, okay, that's fine. Exactly. Like, if it's cool, I'm like, you know what? If I don't have to break the bank for that. But let's put it this way. I bought that card, the 1-of-1 that's going to come in, for a fraction of what I paid for a late 90s patch. So I'm saying literally 20% of what I paid for a late 90s patch, which might be the most I've paid for a modern card. The only card I paid more for would be either one of those Juan Sotos that are actually really limited or my 53 Topps Mantle, my original 53 Topps Mantle, because I was willing to pay for that card. Because that's a 53 Topps Mantle. respect. It's worthy. It's like, no, I will buy that because I knew the price was going to go up. They're over $1,000 now, no matter what the condition is. Do I have to respect that? I can't see the chat, Dave, so I know you like playing around with it. Looks like you're looking at it. Oh, actually, no, I can see it. Never mind. Yeah, but compared to Dave, I don't really target the one of ones that heavy. Like it's one of those interesting things. Like I realized afterwards, it's like if I did like a conversation with JT about the super collector thing, I don't actually have that many one of ones. I do have some for sure. I've definitely accumulated them over time, but it's like I bought the ones that I thought were cool. And I don't consider, I hate plates. Like I have to buy like an autograph plate to make it worth my while. At least it's an autograph. It's something. It's just a plate otherwise.
I go with the black plates.
Sure.
At a minimum.
Yeah. But it's hard for me to like get excited about a plate. It's like, it's a plate. I've had plenty of chances to buy them, but I'm like, I kind of want you to do a real design. If it's like a gold patch or something, one of one, that's cool. Or something where it's like something interesting. Yeah, why not? Sounds fair to me.
For me, it's once I start like the rainbow, I don't, for me, consider it a full rainbow until all 4 plates are in that rainbow. Now, yes, this might be like the shanty town, the house next to like the nuclear plant, mutant people were the plates, but they get to be in the family picture. Maybe they're in the background behind like a tree or an old bus or something, but I try to keep, when I go for everything, it is everything. But Josh Johnson, for me especially, I'm not paying huge money for him.
Yeah.
Even if something nice pops up, I'm not paying. I'll pay strong, I'll pay stupid, but it's not like something's coming up and it's going for $1,000, $1,500. If it is, I'm out because I'm dumb, but I'm not completely brain dead yet.
Until you figure out how to properly get the kidney thing done, is what you're saying. Until you now you made some notes. It's like, wait, Carlos is making some very valid points here. Like I kind of like where he's going with this. It's not like the people around here, no one would notice really. A few neighbors started disappearing. It's all good.
He's making his list.
Like exactly. Dave, listen. My statement on this is always: I do not condone violence. I advocate and promote violence, but I don't condone it. Completely different thing. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. At all.
Well, I can pretend I'm a boxer and soften up the kidney area. Tenderize it.
Well, I need to teach you the ways, Dave. The neighbors are expendable. That's the beauty of neighbors. Like, it's like they come and go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
I'm near the woods. There's a ravine. I can throw.
Like, it's easier for you. Like, you have any idea how hard I have to work? Allegedly, for legal purposes. I'm joking. But do you have any idea how hard it is in like the city to actually get this done? Allegedly, for jokes.
I've been to Toronto before. It's quite spacious.
I have to work a lot harder, Dave. Allegedly. He's like, where you are? Psst, that's child's play. Come on. Get on it, man.
Yeah, that's right. I can wake up at like 10 a.m. and be like, oh.
See, Steve, I was waiting. I knew the day would come eventually where I'd come on and I would give some useful advice, some helpful ideas. You know, I tried to help.
Useful?
Oh, no, it's useful, Dave. It's useful, Steve. It's useful. It's useful. Now, legal is a different conversation. I can't speak to the legality of it. You'll have to speak to your lawyer. The laws down there are different than up here. That's all I'm saying.
Your favorite plates. I spent more than I should on them, but
like I can't get excited about them. Like I understand it's one of those things. Like they include them. Like I'm not going to ignore them if the opportunity is there and the price is reasonable. Why not? Sure. But it's like I'm not going to get excited about them though. Like there's a lot of like really cool one of ones that they design well, like as a one of one. Like there's some really awesome ones, and I'm like, no, I want those, that version of it, because then it feels like you put in a little work.
Mhm.
All right, I'm gonna put the plate on. I'll slap a sticker on the back of it. Here you go. Enjoy your 101. Thanks, man. And I get them in 4 colors too. Awesome. Thanks, boss. Not excited about that. Come on.
Which is why I always said they should be 104s.
They basically are though. Like to be fair, that's why I said like the Leaf one just because they came up. I didn't pay more than about $35 or $40 a plate. So I came across 2 of them, and that includes shipping. So if I can get them for like 35 or 40 bucks, I'm like, okay, fine, sure. There's only 4 plates. I'm like, that's cool.
Yeah, that's my.
Yeah.
It's usually where I sit at.
Yeah, it's a good spot. Why not? It's literally under the category of why not at that point. Yeah, sure. It'd be kind of cool to have the 4 of them together along with the rest of it because this is like I don't know what is. I don't consider them part of the rainbow, but I guess it's like ultimate rainbow. Like I don't know what that is. I have no idea. It's a little extra.
The stuff that I picked up recently, it's been like 20 to 25 shipped. And again, that's more than I want to pay, but at the same time, my collector brain is saying if there's like a 101 that's up, even a plate, and it's between like that $15-$25 range, get it now. Just get it done with. Again, even if some don't consider it a true 101, it is a 104. It's a Josh Johnson I don't have. And at this point in time, that's what I gotta start hammering off the list.
Well, how many? You don't really have a lot of Josh Johnsons you don't already have, right?
Believe it or not, the percentage is a lot lower than what you realize.
It's because a lot of duplicates then? Yeah, so just like a high card count because of the duplicates and the extra?
Well, because we talked about this briefly in preparation for his appearance on JT's podcast.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of his gaps are base, higher number parallels, and a few inserts.
Sure. Yeah.
But a lot of the low numbered shit, he's got.
Well, I had that. There were stretches. So because I recommitted myself to those '90s ones, I went back through the checklist, and I joked with Dave that like some of the cards I was missing was like 1991 like Pinnacle French. It's something like so generic. It's like a 50-cent card, and I was like, oh crap, I hadn't gone around. For some reason, I hadn't gone around to it. I was like, oh, so I went on ComC and hit that, and I was like, okay, great, got it, done. I think I paid $1 for it, so I overpaid for it. So I was like, fine, whatever. But it's off the checklist. But I don't count them until they're in hand. So at some point, I'm gonna have to pay a couple $100 because I don't want to wait 14 years to have ComC. Like, all right, ship it to me, and then it'll get processed. I'll put it off the checklist, and then I'll be like, all right, I'll know where I'm actually at. But I legitimately probably have another 100 Medano cards that are not in my. I don't count them. They don't count until they're in my physical possession. And I bought a Medano Gretzky jersey card, dual jersey card, the other day. It's not in my collection, but it's in the ComC. It's in my account. It'll come to me when the time comes. But the shipping is off the charts. Like within it takes forever. Even if I pay the most expedited, it's like 2 or 3 weeks. I was like, awesome guys, thanks. I get to pay $300 or $200 for expedited shipping and wait 3 weeks. Good times. Good times.
I'm starting to get a gaggle of stuff on there too. That was one after that podcast. I put money on ComC. I'm like, I gotta fucking finish this rainbow, and I did because I only needed the blue, the refractor, and one other. And it wasn't nothing tough. That was the worst part. It wasn't anything like obviously the 101, but I don't know if it was that year or the next year where they had like a camo that was like 15, the atomic to 10. It was like a pink to 35, the red to 25. So I've got all that stuff, but I'm like, oh, I don't have the blue. Oh, I don't have like the regular refractor. Huh.
Well, it's always stuff like that though, because you chase after the low numbered stuff. You think in the back of your head, it's like, oh, get the low number stuff, get the low numbers. And then afterwards, you're like, oh, by the way, the most common one you still don't have. Oh.
And that's what I told people anytime I tell them, like, hey, if you're collecting a player, especially when something drops, like a stature or a lure or whatever synergy comes out and you've got a player in there that you really want, get the low numbered shit right away.
Yeah.
Because once people get tired of it, that they'll move on to the next thing like they always do. Guess what? You're not going to have everybody breaking it ad nauseum, and you have your pick of the litter. It's just like, oh, I should have picked up that green to 5 or the gold to 10, and now I can't.
No, with the modern stuff, that makes a lot of sense. The modern stuff that makes a lot of sense. It's all good. We'll probably get to hear more about Terrell Davis once Steve comes back. Let me try something with you, Dave, since you're here while Steve's running off. Okay, you guys were talking about the whole screen share thing the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, do me a favor. You tell me. I'm going to try something, and you tell me if anything appears for you. I'm just curious. Do you see anything related to a screen share on your screen? Any requests for screen share or anything? No way? Now, the thing is, I was playing around with the mobile app. There's a thing there that shows different types of like screens that you can do. Do you see those little icons?
Let's see.
That's on the mobile app. I was playing with it the other day just to try it out. I was curious because I figured, all right, well, I'll play around with it a little bit.
I might have to get the app because I think I use it right off of Chrome or whatever the internet.
On the site. But the thing is, you should have a couple of icons on there. Do you just see? You see the chat. You see us. Do you see anything else?
On the bottom, I see Mike, Cam, guests, and more. And more is post layout.
Yeah, layout is one of the things. It shows different versions of the way the screen can look. Okay.
And then broadcast info, chat, private chat, and then the settings on the bottom.
Okay. No, don't worry about it. I was just curious. I thought I'd give it a shot. And Dave's disappeared. Love it. I was trying to see if I could troubleshoot a little bit of the screen share thing, Steve. I was trying to see if I could figure it out. Because I know I played around with the app a little bit. With the site a little bit on my phone. Just to give it a try. And I saw a bunch of different options. I don't know if David can see it or not. It's hard to tell without being able to see the screen, right?
Right.
But I think it's possible. It's a bit tricky on the phone, though. The phone's the tricky part. It really is. Because I know when you do it on the browser, on like a regular computer, you got so many options. You got so many things you can do, and it's so easy.
Well, but as the host,
yes,
is that what dictates the ability to share screen aspect for even a guest?
Basically, what happens is, so I can tell you from experience, because when I'll do it with Amit, he'll sometimes ask to do a screen share, and I can do it for him. Because what will happen is at the bottom of the screen, the same way you can add somebody, like if somebody would try to go to the link right now and clicked on it, it would be at the bottom and Dave would be able to click on them and put them on the screen. It's all good. But what happens is you get a similar thing, but you get the screen share at the bottom and you can click the button and put it on the screen if you want to. So you can do it whenever you want. You can control it. So it's the same thing, but on the web browser for the mobile, for a computer, no problem. You just click on it and you're done. And you can take it off the screen whenever you want. Or they can take it off the screen if they want to. So it's there. But on a mobile, I don't know. You know what I would say to you, Dave? We're not going to troubleshoot it today. But just to give you an idea for later. When you go to StreamYard, on a lot of the sites, you have the ability in the corner to click on it. And instead of mobile, you can go desktop version. If you go desktop version, maybe you can trick it into letting you see all the options on your phone. That's a trick that I've used in the past that might work for you. I wouldn't try it right now, but I'm saying you might be able to on a different day. But that's just something I'll throw at you guys. That might be something you could give a go. You'd have to try it on your own first, just see if it works or not. But it might be a way.
Well, Dave, that may be something we could look at doing that prior to going live or something.
Yeah. It might be a way to do it, to get around it. It's a bit of a way of tricking the computer into thinking you're a regular computer. And if it just shows you with a regular website, it'll make things small. But if you can see all the buttons, you'll see what you need to see, and you'll be able to click on it. That might be a way of tricking it and making it work around it. There you go. Years of tech support. Best I can do for you. That was my business for a lot of years. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that was my old satellite company tech support job. Yeah, well, explaining satellite TV to like 70-year-olds, that's a challenge. That's a challenge.
I
can't. My TV doesn't work. Yeah, my TV doesn't work. I can't see my stories. Yes, I know.
Did you try turning it on?
Well, you'd be surprised. I used to train some of our techs. Part of my job was to train them because I was there, and it took me 3 months to get promoted from customer service to tech because I was like, look, guys, I like doing tech more, and I'm better at it. Just let me do tech. And they're like, okay, fine. And then after a while, I was like, you're really good at this. I was like, yeah. Do you want to train some of us? Yeah, I'll train them how to not be idiots. So I'll go over and I'll be like, okay, so you see this? Yeah. Assume your client's an idiot. Just assume that. Begin with that. Lead with that. And then from there you can go. And most of the time it was true. And then like, here's the best trick I can give you. What's that? If the TV doesn't work, like 80% of the time, the TV's turned off. Tell them to go to the TV and turn it on. There was always a way to do it. It was great. Ed, Ed, you get it. You get it. But the thing is, jokes aside, like it was because the one trick I would use, it was the simplest thing in the world. The receiver would have the time on it, and the time comes from the satellite. So I would say, okay, is the time correct? And they're like, yeah, your satellite's working fine. So now I need to figure out what the actual problem is. Your satellite's working, because otherwise your time would be wrong. Oh, okay. What's the light on your TV? It's a red light? Okay, your TV's turned off. So let's start by turning the TV on. I need you to go over there. It's like, oh, the remote. No. Just walk over and turn it on. And then half the time it would be like suddenly you'd hear the blaring sound of their show. And it'd be like, and we're done here. Good day. Good day, sir, madam.
So the problem with assuming everybody's an idiot is with people with technology who are technology savvy.
Sure.
They talk to us people like we're idiots. I can't tell you how many times I've had an issue with my receiver or whatever.
Yeah.
Is it on? Yes, dipshit, it's fucking on.
Well, there's a way to do it, Steve, where I train them to assume they're idiots. I didn't say to say they're idiots. I didn't say to make it clear that you think they're idiots. I said, yeah, but you can ask certain questions that are like, okay, I can get a read pretty quick on like, how tech savvy are you? Because most of the time, if you already tried a bunch of stuff, then you're tech savvy. I'm going to skip ahead. I'm going to skip ahead to be like, all right, you've already tried some of the stuff I would have asked you to try anyway. Let's move on. Let's go straight to page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5. I never worked off the pages anyway because I was never my thing. I was like, no, just tell me what you're seeing. Tell me what you're seeing and we can go from there. Because that's the fastest way for me to tell. Now, if you tell me, oh, it's like the thing and the thingamabobber and the thingy, and I'm like, okay, I kind of know where we're at now. I don't have to guess anymore. You've told me all I need to know. I got to adjust. But if you say, oh, well, I tried reconnecting this thing and I reconfigured this and I did, I'm like, okay, well, all right, we'll try this a little different way with you. It's the question you ask.
Well, I ended up fighting with a Dell customer service rep one time because it was my grandfather's computer, and I went through and did all sorts of crap.
Sure.
And pretty much told him, I was like, look, here's the error code. I need a new hard drive. Well, how did you come up with that? Well, I ran this, and this is what it took. But did you try this? Yes, I tried that too. This is the error code. It's a new.
Yeah. So there's two sides to that, Steve. You're right. You're right. But I will point out one thing. Part of the reason they asked me to train them was that I was really good at what I did. So that included talking to them in addition to knowing what the fuck I'm talking about. So it's the combination of the two things. There's a lot of tech people where like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So the person you're talking to doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they're just reading off the script. And that's
well, I figured that out real fast.
Yeah, I tried to train people away from the script. I go, don't rely on this. I go, this here, I never read that. Get rid of it. Go away. Go. Find the problem. Fix the problem. The client will be happy. Just get their TV back on. That's your job. Just get the TV back on. That's all you got to do. And if you can manage that, guess what? They'll be happy with you. You get a good rating and all that good stuff. Oh, this person was awesome. I took 50,000 phone calls in my career. 50,000 tech phone calls. I had 3 escalations in 50,000 phone calls because I always was able to get to the bottom, no matter how pissed off the client was. Whether they knew something or they knew nothing. Didn't matter. And when I trained them, I'm like, I'm going to train you so that you can think with your brain. Don't read what's on the script. Throw this away. They don't teach tech people that way. That was always my frustration. I was like, why are you reading this? Get out of here. I don't use this shit.
Good day, sir or madam.
Yeah.
What is the problem?
It's garbage. Like, it's complete garbage. And it was frustrating for me as a person trying to train them. I had to train them out of that bad habit. I was like, that's a crutch. Don't rely on that. I can do my job because I know how this shit works. That's the reason why I can do my job. I don't read that shit.
Are you in the room where your TV's at?
Yeah. I'll tell you one quick story. There was a guy who called, an older guy. And the thing is, the guy was game to do whatever he needed to do. He was super polite, like a super nice guy. He was an old guy, though, you could tell. Like, you could listen to him, and he was an older guy. He hadn't had his TV working in 3 months. He had just decided to call now, and I was like, why were you paying for your TV for 3 months when it wasn't working? And his actual answer was, oh, well, I didn't want to bother you guys. I was like, that's literally my job. This is literally what I do for a living. I said, no, you can call. I told him, here's the thing. Dave knows. I am not known for my compassion. But I said to him, it's like, okay, look, number one, you can call. That is my job. That is literally my job to fix this. So you can call whenever. We're 24/7. We were a 24/7 call center. So I was working night shift all the time. So I was like, we're 24/7. I'm here all the time. You can call and we'll answer and we'll deal with whatever we have to deal with. Number one. Number two, I said, I'm going to credit you for your service. Like, this is dumb. Like, sorry, I have all the codes. I can credit anybody. Now, you didn't advertise it, but I could credit them whatever I needed to do. I was like, I'm going to credit you for your service. There's no point in paying for TV you're not getting. That's dumb. So I'll credit you. So I took care of it. So I said, okay. But number two, that phone call took 2.5 hours because it turned out that guy, somebody had tried to help him, and they had wired it in such a fucked up way that the cable was connected back to the satellite and nothing was connected to the receiver, and the receiver wasn't even plugged in. By the time it was all done, I ferreted it out with the guy, and I was sitting there like, wait, is the receiver not even plugged in? Number one. And then I go and I'm asking him other questions. And the thing is, he was game for all of it. So I was like, okay, and I told him, like, this is going to take a while, it sounds like. So I can send somebody out, but it's going to take a couple of days. If you want, I can try to get this back online with you. And he goes, no, let's do it. All right. If you're game, I'm game. I stayed on the phone with him for 2.5 hours. We got his TV working on the one box. He had a second box, and I go, okay, for the second box, I'm going to call somebody to help you. But you got TV on the one, and I'll credit you the service for the rest of it. We could do that if we wanted to. We had the ability. Most people never did it. And they wouldn't stay on the phone with 2.5 hours with the guy because you got your numbers you got to meet. I didn't give a fuck about my numbers. I spent 2 years under the same supervisor. We had the same conversation for 2 years in my meetings. He goes, Carlos, you haven't sold enough product. I go, well, I'm a tech support rep. My job is to fix shit that's broken. I keep your customers from leaving you. That's worth more than a new customer. That's expensive to get, and you have to pay for free this, free that, whatever. And they go, well, what about the numbers? It's like, all right, I tell you what, I'll game the numbers. It's like, you can't game the numbers. Yes, I can. I told him to his face. I go, I can game the numbers. You realize that? And he goes, no, okay. That month, I had 25 upgrades. You were supposed to get like 40 upgrades in a month. The next month, I had 287 upgrades. I didn't do anything special. I just said, hey, I'm going to reset your box. Okay. I took off all the programming and put it back on. That's an upgrade. I told him to his face, you can game your stupid system. Your stupid system's garbage. These numbers mean nothing. Oh no, Carlos, we got to get the upgrades. I'm like, you're an idiot. I had the same supervisor for 2 years and I called him an idiot every single time. I'm like, you're an idiot. Shut up. I'm like, all right. So all of a sudden I had 280 upgrades. Oh, great, Carlos, you're improving. I'm like, yeah, thanks. The next month I have 450 upgrades. I'm like, does this seem off to you? That I went from 25 to 400 upgrades in a month? Does this seem off? A little bit? Weird? No? Nothing? Okay, whatever. I tried. Like, I told you to your face This is stupid. You're wasting my time. Get out of here. We had the same conversation for 2 years. He goes, Carlos, you going to improve this thing? Yeah, whatever. No problem. Yeah, I'll get on it. And then they were like, well, why does he never like reprimand you? He said, because I get the best ratings on his team. I actually fix people's shit. They're happy. They give back like, Carlos fixed our shit. So after a while, I had a reputation in the call center. It was like, the dude's like House. You know the TV show House? I'll fix your shit. I'll make fun of you while I'm doing it, but I will fix the problem. And then you walk away, you get your TV, you're happy. And we're all entertained and we move on with our lives. It's the same thing I've taken to every other job I've done and all this. It's like, guys, like, I don't take it that seriously, but it's like, no, if you're an idiot, I'll make fun of you. But I'll fix it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's
People only care about results, man. People, if you want your TV back, I will fix it. You will take my abuse, though. You will take my abuse. Otherwise, I can transfer you to one of the other morons who will be super nice to you, super wonderful. They won't fix shit. You'll be on the phone for 2 hours. Nothing will get fixed. Or you can take my abuse and I'll have you off the phone in 20 minutes. What do you want? That's what I thought. True story, buddy. So I don't know what to tell you. That was my job for 3 years. That's how I did it.
It's working actually in physical retail is the worst.
I did that. Yeah.
I can imagine.
It wasn't as much fun. You could have a little bit of fun with it, but it was tougher to fuck with people. Not impossible. No, you have to come up with different ways. You have to come up with different ways. My favorite thing in the world in retail was when someone would ask me for something. So, like, say, Steve, you came in and you asked me for a Dallas Stars Stanley Cup banner. But you asked me, like, looking at me the way you're looking at me right now. And I'd be like, yes, we have one of those. Oh, great. Where is it? And they're just looking at me like, it's behind you, isn't it? I'm like,
Not now with this.
Anything else I can help you with? All the time. They would ask me for shit that's directly behind me when they'd ask me. And I'd be sitting there like, really? This is what you're going to ask me about? It's like, you could try looking over my shoulder. That would work. Try that. Might work. I was too much of a smart ass for retail. But I had so much fun.
Exact problem today at the store.
It happens all the time, man, though. Like, that's the honest truth. Like, it happens all the time. And if you took 5 seconds and just looked yourself, I promise you'd find it faster. Half the people in the store don't know where shit is anyway. They don't know either. They have to go looking around anyway. So it's like, are you really getting that much help? It's like, why don't you actually try looking with your eyes?
No.
It's weird. Try it.
That takes effort.
Yeah, correct. And I understand. As an advocate of no effort, I understand. But I'm like, I also like not wasting my time. So I'm like, when I go into retail, I was like, you know what? You know what would also take less effort? Me not having to even deal with these people. I'm like, I'm just going to walk in, find my thing, and leave. Self-checkout is the greatest thing in the world for me. It's like, let me just take care of this myself. I worked in retail long enough. I can do this shit myself. Thank you. The less people I have to deal with, the better.
The guy was looking for a certain pizza, Tombstone or something. It's got to be probably the same thing there.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, and I called up to the front and checkout to go somebody's in the frozen department, which I'm the manager of. And you can tell it's great. Some old crotchety dude. You got Tombstone pepperoni pizza? I'm looking for that. I can't find it. Where is it? So I smile at him, open the door. This is the one you're looking for? I didn't see it down there. I know you didn't look. That's why I'm here to help you. You didn't. He's like, well, give me another one.
You should have sent him frozen produce. You should have sent him a scavenger. Begin at frozen produce. Move to deli meats. Turn right at cereals. Continue down the path towards confectionaries. And then eventually, left at pharmacy. You see the frozen food shit that you were at before? Yeah, it's right there. Begin the journey. Begin the journey.
And we have a 10-aisle store. 10 aisles. This,
Fantastic.
this, this isn't a super Walmart. This isn't a Costco. This isn't IKEA. This is a 10-aisle store.
Respect. I like it. There's a reason I got out of retail. I'm like, I can't do this shit. Like it's no. No, bro. I can't. I did it for a little while. It was fine for what it was, but it was one of those things where I'm like, all right, if I'm gonna deal with shit I don't want to deal with, I may as well get compensated a little bit better. So it was stages, retail, call center, and now I work in one of the head offices and the thing, and it's like I'm basically a glorified IT guy, but my job is like, oh, Carlos, can you fix it? Yeah, I'll get right on. How long is it going to take? Oh, probably like 6 or 7 hours. Sometimes I'll look at my manager and they'll just look at me like, it's not going to take you 6 or 7 hours, is it? As far as you know, it takes 6 or 7 hours. As far as you know. Listen, if you knew how to do this technical shit, you fix it yourself. So shut up. I like Bob's comment. I saw that. Hey, listen.
This was impromptu.
Yeah, like there's no plan to this shit. It's pretty much just guys. I am happy to tell stories for days about shit like that. That's not a problem. I usually will sit down with my beer and I'll sit there watching you guys do the thing. I usually am I'm finishing up a couple of things right as you start the show, so that's why I do the 2x speed. It's just to get me caught up. I'm like, all right, what did you already say? What did you already talk about? That way I'm not just like guessing whatever it is. That's why at least I knew what you'd mentioned about the carbon show. I was like, yeah, we talked about this, that, and the other thing. And it's a shame. I feel bad almost because I talked to Jeremy about it. I actually feel bad about the 5.5 hour show. But the reason why is like, look, I don't care if it's 5.5 hours or 5.5 days. It makes no difference to me. But the problem is because it's 5.5 hours, a lot of people aren't watching it that should. There's some good shit on there. Like, the problem is it's so damn long, it's intimidating. You look at it and you're like, I can't watch 5.5 hours. I'm like, don't watch 5.5 hours. I put chapters in it. You can skip ahead to the parts that are interesting to you. Like I actually put the topics in there. I had to go through it myself in order to get those chapters in there. But I did it because I'm like, no, there's good shit here. Like, seriously, go. I know it's a long time. I get it. I do. But how many times do you get to talk to a guy who knows that much stuff? Like, how often? And how often will he answer everything? And it's such a shame. And I felt bad about it. I've never sold out to try to get more viewers. That's not my thing. I just want to do my thing. But I'm so happy that the people like a Carvin or whatever respect what I'm doing enough that they'll come on. And they'll answer my questions. All of my questions. And I'll challenge them. And I'll do all this stuff. And then... And I'm happy with the views. I don't have a problem with it. It's good. But the thing is like, I'm like, guys, you are missing out. Because for some folks, I'm like, you guys have these questions. Like, I would have asked this question directly to the man's face if you brought him up. He was there for 5.5 hours. It's not like he was there for 10 minutes. It was 20 minutes. No. He was there for hours. And I chatted with him for an hour after. And I chatted with him 3 hours on the phone before that. He's happy to talk. He just needs someone to ask. He won't do it for everybody. He won't. But if you, at this point, I can grab this, I can pick up the phone, and I can call him. So when you ask your question, it's like, all right, I'll ask the man himself. I can pick up the phone and call him. That's great for me because it means I can ask questions if I have questions, and he'll answer the phone. That's awesome. But I'm not saying it because like I'm a big shot. It's like, dude, subscribers don't mean anything. Views don't mean anything. The reason I like doing the live streams is because it means the viewing time goes up. So it means I can keep the channel monetized so I can make my 27 cents and get my free coffee every couple months. It's great. That's about all it's good for. That's about all it is. Nobody, if anybody ever complains about ads or something, because sometimes I'll get that. I was like, dude, it's like $15, $20 a month. It takes 5 or 6 months for YouTube to pay anything. It's not a lot of money. It's not profitable. I could be doing other things that I'd be making more money doing instead. By the hour. Like, the Carvin video made $1. I spent 5.5 hours on there with the man. $1. Like, it's not a big money. It's not. So if you watch a couple of ads, it's not a big deal. Like, it really isn't. It's a small price to pay for the amount of information you get per minute because we weren't just randomly chatting about shit. And I never knock what you guys are doing. I enjoy your conversations and when you go into whatever. I tease you guys, but it's fun. I like it because it's a style. And the thing is, if all the shows were the same, it'd be boring. Jeremy does a different show than I do. We can interview the same guys. He interviewed Carvin back on show number 2, and I interviewed him in this one. 2 totally different conversations. They have nothing to do with each other. They're complementary. You can watch that one, get a little background on the guy, come back to mine, and get way more than you ever expected to get. Because he reveals a whole bunch of shit that you don't know. That's awesome.
Well, it's no different. You had Dave on the show, and you look at other podcasts that Dave's been on; they're completely different.
Yeah, but my goal is not to repeat what everybody else is doing. I don't want to do that. If that's the case, I'll send you to that one. You already saw it. You already saw it. Like, why would I need to show that to you again? Like, that's the thing is that if we were trying to do this for money, we're in the wrong genre. If we were trying to do this for money, we'd be doing investment advice for real quote-unquote investments. I'd be telling you about stocks. I'd be telling you about credit cards. I'd be telling you about Graham Stephan is a big credit card guy. Carvin referenced him in the podcast. Graham Stephan makes $6 million a year. $6 million a year. He's got 2 million subscribers. That guy makes money. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He makes money. I make $20 a month. $30 or $40 in a good month. It's not the same. It's not changing my life. I have fun with it, but I'll sit with Carvin for 5.5 hours and we'll have fun and we'll have a chat. And if you guys get any value of it, awesome. It's a shame because not enough people are going to see that because of how long it is. Because I joke with Jeremy, I go, if I wanted to max out this thing, I would have recorded a conversation with Carvin. I would have talked to him for 4 or 5 hours, and I would have split it up into 5 or 6 episodes, uploaded it to my channel over 5 or 6 weeks, and then it would have gotten the views. Because then people would have been like, oh shit, he's talking about this, he's talking about this, he's talking about this. But a 5.5 hour live stream, no one wants to see that.
Oh, I'll end up watching it.
Yeah, but it's just damn long, and I understand. Like, I don't blame them. But if I took pieces out of it, I was like, you could take just this section talking about design. That would be an awesome video by itself. Amazing. Him talking about how they figured out how to decide to do some shit. That's a great video. I put 5 or 6 great videos in one long video. It wasn't the plan, but that's the way it worked out. And your question is valid, so I'll ask him. And if he wants to talk about it live, we'll do that. But that's the thing. Like, the people that got the chance to do, it was a shame because I think some folks were watching, and it was awesome. But it was like, you guys do realize you get to ask the guy whatever you want. Mm-hmm. We have him here for hours and hours and hours, and I'm sitting there like, all right, I'll ask him a bunch of questions then if you guys don't want to take advantage of the opportunity. Because I got him here for a quarter of a day. He's got shit to do. Like, he actually works for a living. He does shit. Like, it's his job. So when I can get him on there, it's like for 5 or 6 hours, it's like, take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Ask me some questions.
You heard the email ding in the background.
But that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, even when he's off the clock, he's getting emails and shit. Like, it's like, I had him on there for so many hours, and we got questions. And they were good questions, and they were awesome questions, but it was like, it felt like a missed opportunity. I felt so bad. I was like, you guys are missing out here. Like, we could have talked about anything. And the thing is, I could have stopped a couple of the things he went in and gone into a question. It would have been no problem. And truthfully, honestly, this is no joke. If we'd wanted to go another 2 or 3 hours, we could have. But I'm like, I'm not doing that. No. And we were chatting for an hour offline after. So it's like, it's not like the guy doesn't want to talk. I'll get him back on. We'll ask some more of the questions. But in the meantime, I can ask Steve's question directly. Why not? I don't have an issue with that. And he might be more comfortable answering that one offline. That's all good. And I'll pass it along. It's not a problem. But ask your questions. A lot of us, though, are not, like, special. I didn't know Carvin until a couple of months ago. But we were having a debate about something in the chat on one of Jeremy's things. Carvin wanted to retort. And I said to him, I was like, well, then do you want to come on the show and retort directly? And he was like, sure. It took a while for us to get it together, but once we did, he came on and he gave us all the time we wanted. Respect. Like, respect. And there no questions were off limits. He didn't say, "Oh, you can't talk about that." No, he left it open, and it was like, if you took advantage of it, you took advantage of it. Didn't take advantage of it, like, I can't help you. I created the opening, and I tried to get some people to participate and, hey, chime in, throw something in there. Why not?
Well, yeah, that was right away. You came in, hey, if you got questions, we're here. Anything you want.
I tried a couple of times just to be like, hey guys, just so you know, like, it's not like I can get him every weekend. It took me a couple of months to wrangle him and get the timing and get the scheduling right and everything. He was willing to do it, but it was tricky because with the schedule, it's really hard with the schedule. Now, if I ping him directly and ask a specific question, I can get an answer directly, but that's different. So for me, good news, because now I have someone with a lot of understanding that I can reach out to ask certain specific questions. That's awesome. I'm not complaining. Like, we'll borrow Dave's tagline at the end. Like, it's nice to make some of these friendships and have a conversation with some of these folks. And if they happen to know shit, no complaints.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a resource. That's why I was like, because when we talked to that first 3-hour conversation, there was so much good stuff in there. I'm like, for God's sake, save it for the freaking show. Then I can at least have it on the thing for people to be able to see. And then at least you guys get some benefit out of it. It's like he said some interesting stuff. I'll let him go into it if and when we get back to it. Not 1 second of the conversation we had in that first 3 hours got on the show. That was 5.5 hours in addition, separate from. So there's so much information that, like, he has available beyond what you got. We could have a part 8. They could all be 5 hours. It'd be stupid. Like, it's possible. Like, if we ever schedule it that way, like, we could do it, because it's like you're talking about 50 years of hobby history, in addition to 20 years basically between manufacture and distribution. You've seen some shit. A couple of things, especially if you design stuff and you do all that. Yeah, and I'm happy to share it. I don't mind. And I don't have memberships. I don't have Patreon. I don't have any of that stuff. All I want for that is attention. Watch the damn video. That's good enough. Watch the damn video. I'm happy. You got a question? Put it in there.
That's our philosophy.
Yeah. Watch the damn video. That's your payment to me, is your attention. Watch the damn video. And then if you got a question, ask it. I'm happy to answer it. We've been doing this. But that, like I said, the 1 or 2, Westergriff mentioned the YouTube Premium. You don't have to do that. If you do, though, you don't have to see the ads. Then you spare yourself that if that's what you want. But that's the thing. The odd ad here and there is a small price to pay for the information you get for free. No monthly membership required.
Yeah.
Although we could do that. You never know. We'll talk. But the thing is, like, we don't do that. Like, it's... If I had been smart, I'd have put half the damn video behind a paywall. There's enough good shit in there. You could have cut it right in half and taken the second half and put it behind a paywall. We don't do it. It's all there. Whatever we have is what you got.
Which is where the appreciation comes in, as it pertains to a lot of these. It's good information. We're not trying to make $1 million or even a few $1,000s. It's passing on good information.
Yeah. I joked about it with Jeremy, and I joked about it with Amit and a couple other folks. In this genre, Sports Card Investor, for all his good and bad, just celebrated 50,000 subscribers. Here's the deal. In YouTube, that's small potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
There are people with tens of millions of subscribers, 100 million subscribers. 50,000 is a pittance. That won't even get to the little plaque. You need 100,000 for a plaque. He's halfway to the plaque. Nobody has advertised more than Sports Card Investor, and he's barely halfway there. This genre is small. If it's about money, this is not it. You're in the wrong genre. You walked into the wrong space, my friends. This ain't it. We're not going to make big money on this, so I'm sorry. So whatever time I spend, Dave spends, Steve spends, whatever, even if it's monetized or not, it's pennies on the dollar. That's the thing. Like, in a month, I'll make more eating my lunch than I'll make this month on YouTube. One day, first day of the month, eating my lunch, I will make more. That's not an exaggeration. And if anyone ever wants to see, I can back that up. I can promise you. It's more to eat my lunch for the one day.
But will we get a video of you eating your lunch?
Yeah, exactly. You know, heaven forbid. What am I going to do? But that's just the truth. It's like, okay, do whatever you want to do, man. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, exactly. It's true. We do have the color scheme going on. It is true. But that's the thing though. It's like Jeremy does his thing because he likes doing it. Cool. You guys do your thing. Awesome. I'm happy to support that. It's all good. I'll make my snarky comments in there because I do.
No.
Oh, the odd. You know, once in a while. Once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. But you know, it happens sometimes. Look, man, half the point is the snarky comments. Like otherwise, I'm not doing serious shit in there. No way. Not in this chat. Please get out of here. We're not doing that. And Dave knows. Once on the wrestling one is where I got to have my fun with those guys. They weren't ready. They weren't ready. It was so good. They weren't ready.
No.
I watched that too.
They were not ready. I got them too. Mike wasn't ready. I was like, all right. So which persona can I use? Can I use multiple personas? Do I just get one draft per persona? And then afterwards, he's like, shit. I was like, yes. I don't care what anybody does. The popular vote is irrelevant. I picked the best team. I don't care what anybody says. Best team, bar none. We're not putting anybody over.
I'm surprised nobody did Triple H, the origination of the game. I mean that was at his
I thought
peak.
about that, but the thing is, when he was with the X, yes, but then world champion is like when he was Evolution, he basically got to have the whole clique as well with him. He got to have Randy Orton. He got to have Batista. He got to have, Ric Flair. He got to have all of it. It's a very valid. You're 100% right. It's a very valid one. But the problem is early iteration Triple H is like early DX Triple H, which is good, but not unbeatable because he's basically booking himself to be the man the whole way through. Because he had 100 opportunities to put somebody else over. Like 100 opportunities. Booker T should have beaten him one WrestleMania, or I forget, it was a big pay-per-view match. It's like they had been building to it, and then Booker T lost to him, and I was like, wasn't the whole point that Booker T wins? Wasn't it the whole point of this entire exercise? Eventually you put him over? Nope, never mind. Okay, great. Never mind. Okay. So that's kind of the era I'm shooting for. Triple H was like, yeah, I'm not, even though it makes sense, I'm not doing it. Nope. So that was that one. The Hogan one was fun because I got to go a very specific reference. Very specific version of Hogan. But it's accurate. You took one narcissist, he got to have it over the other narcissist. I was like, yes, that's the one I want. There was a logic to all those picks. The last one was where I just let it go.
That was fun to watch.
Yeah, well, I one of the things I try really hard to do, I always joke about the arrogance. I always joke about it, and there's a lot of that. It's true, but the thing is, it's true. I don't worry about it. I don't care. It is beneath me to deal with you commoners. But the thing is, at the same time, I try to add something to it, because when they ask me to come on, I go, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's have a little fun with it. I'm gonna make fun of your picks. I'm gonna make fun of your pick. It's a draft. I'm making fun of your picks, and then we'll have some fun, and at the end we're good. And if you go back, it's like there was a lot of laughing on that draft. We had a lot of fun with it. So, and that's the point. It's supposed to be fun. And if you have fun and you did it, it's like, we did it. We are where we're supposed to go. It's still a form of entertainment. It still is. This is all a form of entertainment. So when you get the stories, you do whatever, it's like, it's a form of entertainment. That's why people are watching. Otherwise, they'd be watching something else.
And in our case, I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, that's fair. Understandable. But I took a look, and the thing is, like, I'm not going to take credit for it because my channel doesn't get that kind of view. But that video got a lot of views. Video got thousands of views. I was like, what the? Because even for the wrestling ones, it did very well. And I was like, I think it's because they put the Survivor Series in there. But it said very clearly, like, Survivor Series community draft. So I was like, Are you really getting fooled by Survivor Series? Like a 1 hour video on Survivor Series? That's what you guys are watching? You sure? Because it says very clearly what it is. But a lot of people saw that video. So, I don't know. At least it was
That was like
entertaining.
my being the elite when I went to Walmart and I took my 1 minute long video of like, the figures there.
Yeah.
I purposely put being the elite and then Walmart figure looking or whatever. It got like it's just I think under 2,000 views.
Yeah. Yeah. Certain phrases will go in. It was a conversation I had with early on when Jeremy started his stuff. I was trying to explain to him because he likes doing the live streams, but he doesn't understand fully how YouTube works.
Mm-hmm.
I don't spend all my time doing all the stuff for like the algorithm, whatever, but there's certain things you can do that help. And I know you guys don't like to do it, but here, guess what? The like button helps. It does. If somebody leaves a comment, it does help. It pushes it up if somebody puts the same phrase in. Like it does. It just does. How it's measured, what the math is on how it works, I don't know. But I know that if more people hit thumbs up, guess what? It goes up the list. And then more people are likely to click on it, more people are likely to see it. That's how that works. So I just gave him a couple of pointers, whatever. But I told him, it's like, yeah, shit happens. It works that way. It really does. But the reason I know that, back at the beginning of my channel, back when I had 1,000 viewers, 1,000 subscribers, when I did 1,000 subscriber channel, I'm self-aware about why the channel got there. Like I understood why. So that's why I never celebrate these big channel milestones. I don't worry about it because I'm like, I understand why. So when I got to 1,000, I said, look, I've been making these videos that I've been enjoying. The sports card video, I have fun with doing the sports card videos, so I do them. I enjoy them. But most of my stuff early on got built off the back of some videos I made 5 and 6 years ago. I have 2 videos on the channel that are over 1 million views. 2. I had one, and the other one just crossed over 1 million views the other day, or a week or 2 ago. And it's rare that you get a video like that and just randomly, but it's there. It's in the back catalog. If you go most viewed, there are 2 videos there. And it was a brother who was dressed up like a ninja because reasons. I'm not going to explain it. I'm not explaining anything. It's there. Anybody can watch it if they want to. It's there. I'm not explaining it. But it was just a screwing around with thing. And for some reason, especially a lot of countries outside of the United States and Canada convinced themselves that it was the actual movie. And I'm like, it's been 5 or 6 years. You don't think it would have been taken down for copyright strike by now? And the runtime doesn't match. None of it matches. And after a while in the description, I put, this is not the movie. I was like, I've done everything I can. I can't help you. Like, I can't help you. So at that point, if you click on it, fuck you. Deal with it. I take your thumbs down. By the way, thumbs down are also good. Thumbs down and thumbs up, same difference. Doesn't make a damn difference. So when I get all those thumbs down, it pushes it up in the algorithm. So when somebody searches for Universal Soldier, they get my video. You can all watch it. It's got over 1 million views already. Eat it. It does though. Like, I'm not gonna fight it. Why would I take the video down? I don't care. But for my sports card videos, like now, slowly those view counts are starting to creep up because more people are seeing it. More people like catch on to it. I talk about the card ladder thing. Here's the thing. I don't promote the card ladder guys. That's not my job. It's not my business. I reviewed their thing one time. I've had them on the channel a couple of times because they've got a couple of things to say and I'm willing to talk to them. No problem. It's all good. But I'm on their little algorithm thing. So when I do a video, it appears on their little stream thing. So if someone checks out their stuff, my videos come up. That doesn't hurt the views of my video, but I'm not complaining about that. But I try to give good information where it's like, okay, if you're going to watch my video, here's some good information. Here's an interview with somebody who knows something. Here's a conversation about maybe a topic. I'll give you some ideas to think about. So if you're going to check it out anyway, let me at least give you something worth watching. There you go. Figure it out from there. That's it. That's all I can do. At least I'll try to give you something worthwhile to watch, hopefully. And then I'll do my pickup videos because I like those. I still like showing my cards. So, like, yeah. Every week, I'll do a pickup video on Friday or Saturday. It'll go up. And if no one gives a shit, I don't care. Put it up anyway.
Well, the whole objective is you're doing this for yourself That's the thing. I used to get a lot more views early on, but you know, I think I average probably under 40 every video, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't care. Those people who are interested in what I'm picking up, I know they're going to watch it.
Yeah.
And like you said, I'm not in this for the money.
If I was in it for the money, we're doing this wrong.
Exactly.
I was like, how many views would I need to actually make decent coin? Oh shit. It's like, I joke with Jeremy. It's like, look, dude, I get 10 times this, and it would still not qualify. Like, it still wouldn't. That's actual real numbers. Like, last month was a good month for me, and it was like 33 US. It was a good month. I 10 times that, that's $330. I made more than that in the first couple of days of this week. And I'm not a millionaire, and I'm not a six-figure guy, but it's like, no, I work for a living, and I work full-time. So it's like, $330 is not going to change my life. In a month? $10 a day, $11 a day, like that ain't gonna change my life.
Help you pick up a few more Madonnas.
Sure, and that's the thing. But it takes a while for like YouTube to play whatever. But it's like, to me, it's bonus. To me, it's icing on the cake. It's like awesome. It's gonna pay part of one of the overpriced cards I paid for, like a piece. It's gonna take a little edge off it. Yeah, but that's about the best it is. That's all it is. But yeah, it's like, and that would be if I 10 times did. It would be awesome. But ew, this is not life changing money. These are not life changing figures. It's not gonna happen. And I'm not worried about it. It's all good. I did like Bob Lewis's comment. I don't know if you put it up, Dave. Blue Jacket 66 having us having a snark off. That would be amazing. I love Blue Jacket 66's style. We would have such a good snark off. Old generation, new generation. Snark off time. Bring it, Dave.
You'll have to come to the National next year.
What's that?
You'll have to come to the National, and I bet they'll be there. We have one.
I was gonna say, like, maybe. I think the next one is scheduled to be Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have been to Chicago one time, and it was very funny because it was a layover after I left Vegas for my 30th birthday. I went to Vegas for my 30th birthday. Good time. I recommend it. Highly recommend. But then we go back, and on the way back, we get a layover in Chicago. The problem is it's the layover, like, in the middle of the... It's a red eye. So it's the layover, like, in the middle of the morning. Like, sorry, early or super early morning, like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and I'm like, everything's closed. And it was at that point, like a sitcom where something pauses and they go, and that's when he realized he fucked up. That's what happened to me because I forgot that because I had been in Vegas long enough, I had a certain amount of like duty-free credit for liquor and I hadn't used it. And everything was closed in the Chicago airport and I hate everything about life. And I'm like, I'm just so angry. And I'm like, damn it. I could have bought like a bunch of things. Just, I'm entitled to this. Shut up. You get nothing. It was just terrible. I was like, okay, well. That was the only time I ever been to Chicago. I was in Chicago for about 3.5, 4 hours. One time. Just hanging out in the airport in the middle of the morning.
Never been.
Well, the airport is, to speak of, there's nothing there. I wasn't going to venture outside. I'm like, screw this. I'm going to try to get some sleep. It's a red eye. Try to get some sleep at least where I can and get back to my house. But, yeah, I'd be interested to see. If they do the Chicago thing, I'd be interested in checking it out. It'd be interesting. It'd be kind of, because there's a lot of YouTubers, a lot of folks that would pop in. It'd be kind of interesting to check it out. I've never been to a national. I'm not doing Atlantic City. I don't care if they pay me. That ain't happening. That's a straight up no go. Chicago maybe. But they should try doing some other locations though, like Atlantic City. Seriously, why? No, just no.
No, that's
reasons.
Still a straight no. It's a hard pass, Steve. It's a hard pass.
No, I'm in the same boat. I would never go out there.
No.
I wouldn't go to New Jersey if you paid me $1 million.
Yeah. No. Now what we got to do is we got to get Dave. We got to get Dave out to the Toronto Expo though. Dave knows. We got to get you to Toronto Expo, Dave.
That's
Plenty
a
of
plan.
hockey.
I'm hoping that. And I don't even know if next May it'll be there or be live.
Right now it's borderline. I have had the chance. So like I said, one benefit, jokes aside, one benefit of doing a lot of these shows and a lot of these videos and a lot of these things is that I've had a chance to talk to a lot of different folks like Carbon, but also like Steve Menzie, who runs the Toronto Expo.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had a chance to be in some conversations with those folks. I got a chance to see they're going to be doing a mobile app with their Toronto Expo thing. That's good, because it's a virtual expo right now. So they're doing a mobile app with it. I got a chance to see that a little early. So that's a nice little perk that I got a chance, because I knew a couple of the folks. Again, relationships with some of these folks. That's how this works. There's no magic to it. I didn't have to do anything special, but some people caught my videos and they commented and whatever. We chatted a little bit. Well, they know this person, and guess what? Now we're in this conversation. So I got a chance to see a little bit and give some feedback on it ahead of time. So with the expo, though, they're going to start doing some more of those virtual expos. That's going to be a thing going forward. That's going to be real. No matter what happens, even if we get back to real shows, the virtual expo just makes too much sense. Because right now in this next one, they get to combine the Chicago dealers, because some of the Chicago spectacular dealers are going to get to do it as well as the Toronto dealers or Canada dealers as well. So you're going to get some more of those virtual expos. But it's going to be a supplement to the physical expos, because they still want to do the real ones if they can. But it's just getting the place, getting the people together, being able to do it without having a problem, being able to get enough people in the same room. That's really the thing. If we can get enough people in the same room, yeah, for sure. They would love to do it, but it's just, can we? Especially like as we get into the winter. Here, I'll bring it back to COVID. As we get into the winter, it's going to be real tough, because the numbers now are going to matter. The numbers now are going to matter, because it's like, and it's always been the same thing. It's like, it's not about, but only some people are dying. It's like, that's not the point. The point is that there are enough people out there who could get sick, and the demographic skews a bit old. So if you get some older people that go there, they get sick, and they don't have to die, because they always look at the death figure and be like, oh, that's the final answer. No. If they get sick and they have lung problems going forward, that's a problem. That's still a problem. And they don't count towards death totals. Carlos Sr. had double lung transplant years ago. So we're extremely careful when it comes to COVID. I live a couple of blocks down from my parents. So I go over there. Now the thing is, the way we are right now, I work from home, I work in my office, all that. It's not a problem. I control where I am and what I'm doing. We wear masks around here. It's all good. Not a problem. For him, he can't afford it. So he's got to be super careful. He has to wear gloves. He has to wear his mask. He's got to do all the things. He's got to take care of it. He's 66-year-old. He's not a young man. So we try to make sure we take care of Carlos Sr. He's a bit of an asshole, but we try to help him out a little bit. I did get it.
Like his son?
Yeah. But I've refined it and taken it to another level. I've discussed this on a stream, Steve. I've taken.
Oh, I know you have.
I've taken and harnessed it, and he's even impressed at the levels at which I've taken it. He's like, I'm proud and horrified at the same time. These are words from Carlos here, and I take great pride in these words. I try.
That'll be on Zoom. I'm proud and I'm horrified at the same time.
If your parents can't say they're both proud and horrified of what you've become, come on. Is that not like the greatest compliment you can receive as a child?
I'm proud of you, and then at some point in time, my mom will just look at me and shake her head and just walk away. So I'm like, I know I've done something great.
Yes. Well, the thing is, my mom tries to protest, but I'm like, number one, you married this man. This is on you. This is on you. This was the decision you made. First. Second, you're still married to him. It's been like 40 years. It's your own damn fucking fault. So don't come crying to me. Don't come crying to me, madam. How dare you? So it's like, you have co-signed all of this. This is all on you. You brought this on yourself. At a certain point, she's like, you're not wrong. Exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's how it works, man. That's how it works. In my house, you have to have thick skin, buddy. You have to have thick skin because you're gonna get
Oh,
hit from all
same
sides.
here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have fun. We have fun. But the thing is, like, so from the perspective of like reality, I got two parents who are well into. So my mom has diabetes and my dad got a double lung transplant. We're being very careful. My younger brother, he's very careful. He works retail, but he's super careful. He does what he needs to do. I'm careful with what I do. So we're going to see. We're going to see how next year goes. We're going to see what we have to do. But getting on a plane is really tough right now. The idea of getting on a plane right now is that's a tough sell. Would I do it? But right now, I don't see enough. Right now, I see regression. I don't see progress. So it's like I can't make that kind of commitment. And the problem with the national is that you have to commit so far in advance. I'm like, I can't do that. Would I be willing to do it? Sure. But it's like, no, I'm not taking chances. I go to have dinner over at the house every Sunday. Like, I'm down the street. I can walk over. I'm like, I'm not doing that. It's not worth it. I would love to check it out, but it's like not right now. Something's gonna have to change, and it would have to be very major. That's just me being realistic.
No, valid points though too.
Yeah, and everybody has to make their own decision. Like you got to figure out where your situation is. You got to figure out what you can do and what you want to do. For some folks, it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's like, well, fair enough. But like I said, I got elderly parents and I got parents with already existing ailments, so I gotta be a little bit more careful. Because I do have a standing invite to the house every Sunday, and I like getting free food. So like, I'm not foregoing that. Screw you all. Cards ain't that special. I get free dinner every Sunday, man. I don't have to cook anything. Hashtag laziness. I'm in. We gotta think ahead here, buddy. We gotta think ahead here, guys. We can get the cards other ways. For free dinner, the National ain't giving me free dinner. That's all I'm saying. No. Nope.
No, I don't know. I don't see anything happening again with our political woes here in the U.S. Especially with the current regime, and then all the bickering and pretty much saying it's not enough in fact. We've turned corners. I don't know what corners we've turned, but
Well, I think it's I think an unfortunate departure for me because I don't like to go down this path. Jokes aside, it hasn't been problematic enough. It's caused some issues. Some people have gotten sick. Some people have died. Not enough. If it was millions of people, they'd be like, oh shit. And that's the kind of the thing. The attitude over here is like, well, we actually don't want that. The attitude is like, well, we haven't seen that yet, but we would prefer not. Let's not and say we did. Like it's the opposite. It's like, let's not and let's say we did, and then let's wear your fucking mask. It's not that hard. I wear glasses, so these things fog up when I wear a mask. It's a pain in the ass. It really is. It's a pain in the ass. But it's not like I go outside every 5 minutes. It's not like it's like, oh, for hours. No, I go when I need to go do something, and then I go do it, and then I come home. My life has continued up until this point. And I can still go outside. It's not like there's anybody barring my door. It's not the case. You can live.
yeah.
You can live your life. You can do whatever you need to do. And people have managed, oddly enough, millions of people around here have managed without incident, with minimal issues. It's not that big a deal. It's like a lot of the arguments I'll hear people complain. I was like, so what you're saying is you're soft. These little inconveniences are throwing you that far off. Like you're soft. Because it's not that hard. I keep one in the one jacket. I keep one in the other jacket. So I always have one. I can just pull it out of the pocket and wear it and do whatever I need to do. I walk into fucking Starbucks sometimes when I have a couple of minutes and I want a freaking iced coffee. I walk in, I wear it, I grab my thing. I ordered it mobile. They have it already sitting there with my name on it. I grab it and I leave. Life continues. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. It really isn't. You don't have to spend 45 minutes sitting there waiting in line or whatever. No, you don't. It's not necessary. It's okay. I promise it'll be all right.
Isn't the philosophy work smarter, not harder?
Yes, but if more people took that, they would spend less time complaining about shit that doesn't help them. It goes back to the hobby thing as well. If you spend more time actually dealing with the problem that you actually have, then it would resolve the problem you think you have. I promise. You don't want to wear masks? Okay. Do it for the time period you need to. Get the numbers down to the point we don't have this problem anymore. And then we're good. You can hop on a plane. You can go on a train. You can get on a bike. I don't care. Go ahead. But you got to do the work first. You want to skip ahead to the part where you've already done the work, but you haven't done shit. It doesn't work that way. You half-assed it, and then, well, you get your results. You get the results you get. Yeah, and right now, you guys stateside, you got state by state. Some states are like, yeah, we'll do it. Other states are like, don't worry about it. Well, people travel between states, so what do you think is going to happen? Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this one out. I don't need to be a physicist. I don't need to be a microbiologist. I don't need this to explain to you what's going to occur. It's logic. It's straightforward. It's easy.
Yeah, it's really bad here.
I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be shocked. And
Well, Texas is the worst in the nation.
yeah, but it's just because they took a very laissez-faire attitude to it early. They were just like, don't worry about it. We're Texas. We're tough. It's like, okay, well, great. Remember the Alamo. Good luck with that. Let me know how that turns out. But it's like, that didn't help you. What's going to happen, it's going to be interesting, is that because you have state, I'm a history major. That was what I studied in school. And I studied American history a lot. Because states' rights is such a big deal, you're still going to have, it doesn't, you could literally have people dying on the streets and lining them up. And some states are going to be like, well, you're not going to tell me what to do. It's like, not about telling you what to do. It's about dealing with this. Like, could you?
No.
If you want to deal with it yourself, could you deal with it then? Do something about it? That'd be good. If you don't mind. If it's not too inconvenient. If it doesn't infringe upon your rights. I don't know.
When the stuff began here, everybody liked our government because he'd come on. I don't know, every other day, every day about 2 o'clock, go through a press conference just to sort of lead people through what was going on. And it seemed like everybody, no matter the political affiliation, was like, yeah, okay, he's well versed. He's giving us information we need to know, and he's trying to be proactive and reactive at the same time, because you don't want to have one or the other. You just want to sort of, you want to wade out in the water, but at the same time, you don't want to just like jump off the dock into the water, not really knowing what you're doing.
Uh-huh.
And then after about a month, people are like more on the red side are like, oh, this is stupid. I don't want to wear a mask. It's not going to do anything. And then you had people on the far left of the blue side, like, oh, we have to be in our bubble like constantly. And I mean, these weren't people that have the pre-existing conditions, which I do understand. You have some sort of breathing problems, you have blood pressure, type diabetes, whatever the case may be, issues. You want to take some extra precautions.
Sure.
But now it's just like, it's 100%. I got people before that are, they're trying to shut everything down. That stupid wall. All these Democrats are screwing us over. And then you have Democrats like, well, Trump isn't doing anything. Both are right to a degree.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you sit there and pretty much say, well, no, I'm not going to do this. Well, what if your parent, aunt, uncle, kid, nephew, niece, they die from this? Then what? Then what do you do? Then it's like, oh, it's God's will? Come on now, let's wade through the nonsense and be like, just wear a mask, fucking do the right thing, be a good person. What's it going to kill you?
No, the thing is, your point's valid, but the thing, and this isn't new. Like, I take a very cynical approach on a lot of things, but I'm also very practical. I know, shocking. Big revelation. Big revelation. In hour 4 of your podcast, I'm giving you a big revelation here. But the thing is, like, I'm also very practical and I'm also very realistic. People don't actually, people want to, they're the opposite of me. They want to think they're a nice person. They want to think they're a good person. They want to think they do the right thing. But then when it's inconvenient, they don't want to do the right thing. They don't want to be a good person. These things don't fit the narrative. It's the joke I made during the wrestling podcast thing. The best part about a villain is they can do the right thing or the wrong thing. It doesn't matter. They're not bound by this thing where they have to do. I enjoy being a villain, but that doesn't mean I can't do the right thing when the time is right and it's appropriate and it makes sense, because it benefits me as well as anybody else. I'm logical. I'm not bound by a certain ideology that forces me to do a certain thing. The mask is inconvenient. I led with it's a pain in the ass. I led with that. I just explained that. But it's a pain in the ass for a purpose. Mm-hmm. It's a pain in the ass because if I contribute to, I haven't had a problem. Now, I will tell you one thing, and I'll never know for sure because it's been too long. Back in December last year, I'm generally a guy where in terms of flus and sicknesses or whatever, I don't get them very often. Or if I do, they're very minor. They go away. That's been my entire life. Never really had a big problem with any of them, whatever. Not a big problem. Back in December, I was still working downtown Toronto. City center, I have to get on a subway for 45 minutes to get on a GO train for 45 minutes. So it's a 2-hour commute, basically, back and forth. So I'm surrounded by thousands of people over time. Mm-hmm. Back in December, right around the holidays, around Christmas time, I got sick with like a flu that knocked me out for 4 or 5 straight days. That's back in December. Back then, we weren't thinking about COVID. Mm-hmm. I have no idea if at the time all I know is that I got sicker than I had ever gotten. And it lasted days and days and days and days and days. But at the time, because it's unusual for me to get that sick, even when my friends are like, hey, you want to come over and do whatever? I was like, no, man, I'm sick. As soon as I said those words, they're like, well, you never get sick. All right, get better. Good luck. They left me alone. My parents are like, you never get sick. And I'm like, yeah, leave me be. If I need anything, I'll let you know. Let me chill for a couple of days and do my thing. And they were like, cool, no problem. If you need anything from us, let us know. Because like I said, they're down the street. So I was like, if you need anything, we'll bring it to you, whatever. All good. I got sick with about 4 or 5 days. And then I got over it and I moved on. But I still stayed kind of like sore throat and stuff for like days after. And I waited. And then after full time, like a while, like a week or so had gone by, or a little over a week and a half. That was when I finally set foot outside. We didn't know anything about COVID at that time. This December. I didn't know if I had it or not. I never got a test back then. That was a year ago. But considering I never get that sick, it's possible. And whatever it was, it knocked me out hard. Like it hit me hard. As hard as any flu or whatever, it hit me. It's possible. So I know that I can't treat it like a joke. And I got over it. I'm young enough, strong enough. It wasn't a big deal, and I moved on. But you can't assume. That was why as soon as I got that sick, when I get that sick, I'm like, leave me be. Just leave me alone. Let me do my thing. I'll heal up on my own. It's all good. But that's just being responsible. That's what I said, going back to what I said earlier. You can be as much of a villain as you want. But sometimes you got to think a little ahead. Because I'm like, all right, well, there will come a day. There will come a day. My parents are not young. There will come a day, and they've got existing medical issues and whatever. There will come a day they'll pass away. And then my younger brother will inherit that place, and he has no idea how to run his life, so I have to go and take care of it for him. But I know that will happen. There's no reason for me to accelerate the process. Mm-hmm. It'll happen when it happens. It's all good. But in the meantime, I can take care of business.
It's so much more than an individual. It's about thinking about everybody else, and not just yourself. Not just yourself.
And that's why when we go out here, one of my neighbors is super chatty, but they're super chatty from a distance. They respect the distance. They'll hang out, but we'll sit there, like I'll sit here in the balcony or whatever, and I'll chat with them for 25, 30 minutes. Oddly enough, we can still socialize with the neighborhood if we want to. Isn't that weird? Like, we manage. There's hundreds of people all around. I'm in a condo complex. There's a bunch of folks around here. And then when they want to chat, they stay 6 feet apart. Instinctively. They don't think about it. They don't whine, they don't bitch, and they don't moan about it. They just do it. Why? Because they got their own family members. They got their own business to take care of. We don't know what they're doing. But they're thinking like, well, I'll take care of you. You take care of me. It's all good. That's it.
Yep.
And I'm as much of an asshole as anybody, but at least I'll respect that. Like, treat it respectfully. Like, why not? Because it doesn't actually bother me. It doesn't impact me. If anything, it's easier for me. Because now I get to enjoy beer delivery. They deliver it to my house, and they drop it off, and I don't have to deal with anybody. It's great.
We have it here now, too.
Exactly. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is the golden era. I don't care what anybody says. This is the golden era for those who don't want to deal with other people's bullshit.
Or other people, for that matter.
This is a win-win, Steve. This is the golden era. It is the greatest era, and I will not have anyone argue differently. It is the greatest era.
The one thing I've hated doing for like marketing, and it'd be something I'd wear, but I wouldn't wear it. It'd be like everybody talks about the social distancing on like a shirt, and I say I've been practicing for social distancing my whole life. I've seen that shirt more times this year than any other year, obviously in existence. But like we know that. I don't like people. I work at a place where I'm forced to interact. But I don't want to go to like a bar or a club. I don't want to see people that are stupid, acting dumber than they should be, paying more for a beer than anybody should ever pay, or a coverage charge, or some shitty greasy food that's gonna make me shit like 3 times a night.
These sounds like we're dealing directly with issues with you, Dave. I've gone to plenty of bars and pubs and not had these problems. That's all I'm saying. You need to go to better quality of pubs and bars. I threw you off that.
Switch locations. I'll give you Ely's bustling nightlife, and I'll take Toronto.
You need to step up your game, Dave. You know, if you took more kidneys of the riffraff that live around you, this might improve the quality of the neighborhood. That's all I'm saying. And you get some cars out of the deal. It seems like a win-win to me.
In due time. No, but it's when we first started having this stuff and the regulations going, you had people like, hey, just go like once every week, once every couple weeks, get your groceries, load up, and don't sit and dawdle. Most people are good with it. By June, people were in there twice a day, 3 times a day. Hey, I forgot my newspaper. Oh, I forgot my newspaper. Now I see so and so, and they're talking that far apart.
Yeah.
Can't anybody fucking just say, "Hey, there's a phone. You can call somebody."
It's a patience thing, Dave. It really is a patience thing, and here's the thing. I do legitimately understand it. I do. The problem is the way it was presented early, and it's the same mistake that's been made 1,000 times. It's the same thing that happened with global warming. They named it wrong. They gave it a bad name because they said, "Oh, well, it's not that warm." It's like, well, why did you? It's like, well, you called it global warming because you're idiots. You don't know how to market. You need to get a marketer to tell you how to present this because it is a real thing, but it's not going to happen overnight. It doesn't take 5 seconds. It's not like a long term. What it was there's going to be more extreme weather as we go forward. Like, that's all it means. It doesn't mean it's going to be hot every day. That isn't what it actually means. That's not true. It means you're going to have some super cold days and some super hot days instead of having moderate days in between. And it means when you get a hurricane, it's going to be a really bad hurricane instead of just a kind of okay hurricane. That's what it means. That's all it is. It's more extreme weather. And it takes time. And as you go along, it gets worse and worse. And as you get some years where it's like, oh, that's the hottest year on record. That's not an accident. Or the coldest year on record. That's not an accident. You're getting these big spreads between the hottest and coldest that have never happened before. That's not an accident. But you called it global warming, so now you're stuck with it. It's a bad name. The same thing happened with this. They threw
So
out a
they've
billion.
changed it though. They've
They,
changed it. You now hear it as global, as climate change or climate shift.
true,
You don't
but it's
hear
too
it,
late. Totally too
but you
late.
don't hear it. I don't disagree.
Yeah, it's too. That ship has sailed. It's been called global warming for too long. Now they just roll with it. They're like, oh, global warming. Same thing though with this. They had some scientists who freaked out and said like billions of people will die. And then you had other ones who had an agenda where they're like, don't worry about it, it's just a bad flu. And now you have people sitting there like, well, so you said billions are going to die and you're wrong. And you said it's a bad flu, so you seem to be wrong. So maybe you're all wrong. And people are just naturally cynical. They just assume like, oh, you're just bullshitting us. Okay, well, great. Well, now the problem is the handful of scientists are like, look, we're trying to figure it out. It's going to take time. We're working on it. But like, I don't know. We know it's bad. We know it's not good. But we don't know how bad it is yet. And we're working on it. And you want answers today, but I can't give you answers today. And every time you ask me, I have to give you the best answer I got. But then it changes tomorrow because I've learned more. So now I look like an idiot because you forced me to give you an answer when I wasn't ready. That's all it is. There's no magic to it. It's like everything else. You want the answer today? Cool, but you're going to get an incomplete answer. And then if you hold them to the incomplete answer when they learned more and now it's a better answer, but it doesn't match with the previous one, it's like, oh, well, you're inconsistent. It's like, no, I'm not. It changes as I learn more. I get more cases. We do more tests. We figure more out. If you just tested everybody, it's the thing no one wants to hear. If you just tested everybody in the first place, you would have been able to isolate it quickly. You would have been able to lock it down to certain areas, quarantine them off for a couple of weeks, and you'd be done. But that requires a lot of work. No one wants to do it. Yeah. But that's what you have to do now as a response to the part you didn't do it when it was small. When it was easier to deal with, when it was easier to fix, you couldn't get rid of it necessarily. The whole thing, they look at, again, history major, but when you go back to the whole Spanish flu thing, the Spanish flu never actually went away. It just kind of trailed off. It never went away. We didn't cure it, ever. That strand is somewhere out there. But that's how this works. It's like you don't have that much control over it. You can do certain things to help you, but that's not the way that works. But you can help yourself as you go along. But you have to be smart about it, and you have to like play ball to a certain degree. Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. But that's the truth though, is that some of these big things, the big Spanish flu, the flu of 1918, you never fixed it. You never solved it. You never cured it. You never did. Because you can't. Because right now they haven't figured out how. They don't know how. And they've had 100 years. So it's like, this thing could very well sit around, live for you. Now, mind you, it won't be the same problem it is in a year or two or whatever. It might not be the same issue. But yeah, Ed's right, though, because that was the way it worked out. And a lot of it started there, not in Spain. Spain got the bad rap because they were the first one to actually report it. They screwed up. They should have just pretended it was the regular flu, and then they would have never gotten the bad rap for it. They got to take the blame because they were the only ones who were honest enough to actually say it. Yeah, there's something going on. Wait, what? It started in Spain. It didn't start in Spain. The best they can tell, and again, conflicting theories, it probably started somewhere in Kansas. Because they had some early cases that were there, and those folks also went over to Europe. So they went to Europe and then continued to affect more people, and then it became a problem and came back over. Good job. But that's the way this shit works. Whoever takes credit for it first gets all the blame.
It's no different than a football team playing like shit, but the coach gets the blame.
And it's unfortunate. Like it's a shame because it doesn't get you any, but it goes back to what we talked about earlier. If you'd stop worrying about who to blame and you actually tried to fix the problem, then your concentration would be where it needs to be. Stop worrying about who to blame. Stop worrying about how much of a pain in the ass the masks are. Why don't you do the work, do what needs to get done? We keep hearing, history-wise, from back in the day of the Mayflower, how hard and industrious Americans were. But every time you're asked to do some work that requires for your own benefit, it's too much. It infringes upon my liberty. Well, fine. You don't get it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Either you're willing to put in the work and deal with it, because the early people had to, they didn't have a choice. Now you have so many choices, now you can bitch and moan about it. And start up a Facebook page and say, oh, it's Big Pharma's conspiracy and blah, blah, blah. Or you can actually do some damn work and actually get yourself closer to not having to deal with this shit anymore. Which one do you want to do? Sounds to me like you want to bitch and moan more. Okay, great. Enjoy. Let me know how it turns out. Yeah.
You know, people do it to fix their narrative. I've said that all along. It's just, well, no, my politician or my whatever doesn't believe it. That's what I believe. Well, God forbid you think for yourself. I mean, put the fact out there. Don't put what some orange guy in the White House says. You want to believe that rhetoric?
It's okay, Dave. If we keep counting, the result will change.
Yes.
Wait until The Rock takes over in 2024. That'll fix it.
I hope so.
I would love to see that. That would be one of the greatest things. I don't fucking care. I will get a green card. I will get eligible to vote, and I will vote for the fucking Rock. It is our duty as Canadians to vote for the Rock. It doesn't matter if we don't have a stake in this. I want this. I want this for you. I want this for me. I want this for everyone. Doesn't even need to make any sense. I want it. I just need this in my life. I need President Rock.
That traditional like president thing that and then
says, can you smell what the Rock is cooking?
What the Rock?
That's something we can all get behind. That's something we can all get behind.
And if you can't, you know.
Well, at the rate they're going with the recount, by the time we get there, we might be 2024, and it might be President Rock up for election by that point. He can have Oprah as his running mate. It doesn't matter. Like, just get somebody.
Yeah.
Find somebody to co-sign him. That's your ballot. But yeah. No, the thing though is that it's bring it back to kind of the original idea though. The original concept was it's going to be very difficult. I have trouble envisioning a world where Chicago happens.
Mm-hmm.
It is possible. It is possible. But like there's so much stuff that has to happen between now and then to get there. Because they got to book it in advance, right? Like they got to have the building booked. They got to have all the arrangements. You got to be able to put people in hotels. You got to be able to do all that. Like truthfully, like honestly, you actually have to have all that shit done in advance. So what's your lead time? Months and months and months. We're November. So
I think it was like what 2 months out? 6 weeks or 2 months for the dealers. They need to be notified that it's guaranteed to happen. So I think the beginning of June is like a huge critical time for it to actually come about.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I don't know how they could possibly guarantee anything.
Oh, I know.
Because it's these large buildings, right? Like, capacity becomes an issue. So say you have to, by that point, again, we're going to see over what makes the winter difficult is not just COVID itself. It's not just cases going up. That's all part of it. But the other reason why is, what about people who get a regular, good old-fashioned garden variety flu? At first, it's hard to tell the difference. We were dealing with this last winter. That's why I gave you guys the story about December. I don't know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It could have just been a really bad flu, the regular kind. I don't know. Normally, it doesn't impact me that way. So that's the other reason why I think, like, oh, it's kind of interesting. I don't know. Now, it didn't have any long-term impact on me. That's good. I'm happy about that. But I don't know. I can't be 100% sure. And it's been so long that even if I tried to do a test now, how the fuck would I know? That's not going to help me.
Unless you had the antibodies.
Could be. But that'd be like the only way I'd be able to have any shot at telling. So I got past it. It took a while. But like I said, for me, it took a long time to get over it compared to normal flu, whatever. So that's the only reason I think about it timeline wise. Like I said, in December, we weren't thinking about this. My office stopped being my office, told us all to stay home and work from home in March. So it was months later where that became a thing. By that point, I'd gotten over it. I was moving on with my life. I was living. We were increasingly concerned because I told him, I said, hey, because I said, look, an hour and a half each way. I got to take 2 transits with thousands of people. And then I got to go back to my parents' house. That's a bit tough. So we were already having chats about like, hey, can I go do the office that's closer by? That was about 25 minutes away. It's only one thing over, and it's a lot easier for me to get there without being exposed to as many people. It's a little easier. That was the backup plan in case we didn't decide to go away from the office. So the backup plan was just go to the closer office. And they were good to go. They had signed off on that. But then they came back on a Friday. This is how fast it happened. Midweek, we weren't sure. Thursday, we were pretty good on the plan for me to go to the other office. Friday, they said, grab your shit. You're not coming back on Monday. That's how fast it changed.
Yeah, I've been working from home since March.
Yeah, and that's just the way it worked out. It's like we didn't know, we weren't sure, but we were asking the questions like, okay, are we gonna do this? Or like, what's gonna happen? So they said, oh, grab your stuff, go home, and then we'll see, and then we'll see online. And that's been going on since March, and it's gonna go on until next year. And now they've changed the office, and now the offices are collaborative spaces. Which is code for, wait a minute, we realize you can do your work from home, so we don't really need to keep all your desks. We can probably save some money on real estate. So our business is like, yeah, you're good. Don't stay home. It's for safety. Stay home. I'm like, cool, man. My commute is going down the stairs. I'm good with it. It's all right. I'm not complaining. But that's how fast it changed. But it was like, great for me. Okay, great. Now I don't have to worry about it. One less thing to worry about. But I don't know what it's going to be like. Go ahead.
I was in Minneapolis with a conference down there. It was with Tristan and what was it? Wednesday night was the Pelican. God, who the hell did they play? Jazz. And then
with Rudy Gobert. Got it. Rudy Gobert. Yes, I saw that.
And so they're going through that, and I'm like, fuck. Because the next night we're going to watch The Wild. I had tickets, or we had tickets right behind the penalty box. First NHL game. So I'm like, and then they came out with what was it going to be? Adam Silver must have come out and said, hey, we're doing the season postponed or whatever. Why couldn't you have waited one more day? Because that would have
What, your first NHL game ever? You've got like the worst timing of all time. Literally the day they postponed the season. When they went into the bubble, Dave's like, take me with you! Put me in the bubble!
So pissed off with him. Dumba's healthy. I can let Dumba. He's gonna in the penalty box. Somebody's gonna be in there.
Dave, what horrible like upside down horseshoe like curse Indian burial ground shit did you do to get the one game before they postponed it for a pandemic?
I have no idea. I was so upset. Still am. I'm still bitter.
I'll give you the one advice I give to one of my buddies when they're like really snake bit with bad luck. I go, whatever God you angered, apologize. I don't know what you did. Apologize immediately. Figure it out and apologize.
It's one of them. I mean, I'm sure it's a slew of them.
That's like the worst timing ever. I don't know how you manage that. That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of impressive. Once in every 100 years, there's a pandemic that shuts down a bunch of these things. You know what Dave did? He got himself a ticket to a game right after the pandemic hit. Oh, by the way, it's postponed. You're not going. But, that's talent.
I'm trying to think I don't know if it's like Calgary or Vancouver. It wasn't Edmonton, because that would have been the game I would have liked. But yeah, that was fun, because then when I got back from that, we got back from that, we both were sick. We were around a lot of people.
Sure, yeah.
So it's just like, ooh, with all this stuff going on, for 2 weeks, and my job was great enough to let me use up my vacation time instead of like sick pay. I don't know.
Well, I think they'll get back in at some point, but it's one of those things where I think again, like I don't have a stake in it, so I'm not getting political when I say this. You need to have your situation resolved with who is actually in charge, and just get to the business of actually running the country, which includes a plan for dealing with all that. Because the only way you're going to get forward is like, okay, look, just deal with it. Suck it up, shut up, and do it. Because if that's the message coming from the top all the way down the chain, it has to be all the way down the chain. It can't have a weak link down the chain. It's got to get down to the bottom level. It's like, look, the faster you do this and shut the fuck up, the faster we can get. So you don't have to wear a mask. You can do whatever the fuck you want, and we can move on. It's not that complicated. Deal with it, suck it up, pretend that you're as tough as you claim you are, and then just deal with it for a little while and then do it. But you got to do it all the way. You got to commit. Because if you commit and everybody's doing it, then you can get to the end faster. It's funny because it's almost this weird conversation. It's like, well, do I have to wear a mask forever? No, you just have to wear it long enough for the people who are already sick to get well, and then other people not to get sick, and then we're done. It ain't that hard. It actually could have been done months ago if you'd actually been committed to it earlier.
But Ed did it up here too, and I don't even know where it's at. He had a good comment where it's like a lot of the younger folks right now, they just
Totally
don't care.
Yeah.
You
But it's
you
what I
see
said
that
earlier
in
about patience.
football. Yeah.
It's what I said earlier about patience. I understand.
Mhm.
I'm not a super patient person when I was younger either, but that's the way it works. But I also knew how to look out for my own best interest. So the one thing that helped my patience when I needed it was I would be like, does this benefit me? The answer is yes. Okay, I can suck it up for a little while. Because it actually benefits me. Well, this is where I can use my selfishness to my advantage. I'm like, no, it benefits me. Then I'm going to roll with it. Let's do it. But that they don't realize that it's like, actually, it would benefit you if you would do this, because then you get to the end faster. Then you don't have to deal with this shit anymore.
Can't do that.
Well, exactly. But that's all it is. It's impatience. Like, you're not willing to suck it up a little while to get to the finish line quicker, because if you get to the finish line quicker, you can throw away your mask. Don't worry about it. But you got to get to the finish line for that to work. I'm trying to give you the solution, but you got to get to the line.
It's a fun year. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Well, we touched on COVID, so that appeases you, Carlos. I know you're.
This is I literally had to come on here and like make sure this happened.
That's not why we had you on here.
No, I know, but I made sure, and we came back to it. We came back to it multiple times. We got there. No clickbait today.
There's some nice easy segues too, so that always helps.
Now your next podcast can be like, we'll talk about a thing. About stuff. Stuff in a thing?
We're gonna speak on generalities.
Hashtag insert word here.
Yes. You could literally run with that about 4 or 5 straight episodes. We're gonna talk about a thing. It's like, wait, it's like, no, that's legit. It's exactly what we talked about. We talked about a thing. And stuff. And stuff and things. Yeah.
We're gonna talk.
Yeah.
What are you gonna talk about? Ideas.
Words.
Topics.
Did it.
Phrases.
Even some prepositional.
Wow. Amazing. Incredible. Yeah.
But
So I know you haven't heard of Morning Dave, so I don't know if you want to try to wind it down. If you want to give it a go.
What, two and a half? No, I can't even count. 3.5 hours before I have to wake up. Which is always a treat. especially now that the snow is starting to come back down. I love seeing that. So I think we did well. Thank you, Carlos, for getting on here and explaining fractional code ownership and the many benefits it has.
Oh,
The,
I saw Steve. I saw Steve signing up for some stuff. I saw him looking into some of this. He goes, blockchain, eh? I can buy a fractional share on blockchain. Zion? Can I cash out my 401k on this shit? Hold on. See if I can make this happen. Sounds like hashtag invest to me. Yeah. No, it's all good. No, thanks, guys. I was happy to pop on and be your first unofficial official guest.
we wouldn't have any other way with that. And
no, when it comes to stuff like that, it's hard to explain. Like some of that stuff, that's the reason why I don't actually just make the videos that long but it's like it's complicated. If it was simpler, I'd love to explain it to you in 5 minutes if I could. There's too many weird things that you have to think about. I'd rather give you actual information. It takes a little bit of time to do that. Just the way it goes.
So, Vinny, be ready for next week.
I was gonna say I'm looking forward to that. I heard big things about his football project
We'll be talking about things
and stuff.
and stuff.
That right there is some solid marketing.
We can count on you to be there.
Oh, it's stuff and things, Steve. Nothing I love more than stuff and things.
So again, thank you, Carlos, for joining us. Anything you can get to say, Steve? Sounds good. Steve? Carlos? Dave?
This is only a 4.5 hour stream, lightweights.
I said we're gonna talk 2 days on wrestling. We're gonna educate them now.
Stuff and things.
I'm just adding to the lexicon, guys. I'm just adding to the lexicon. Now you got more things and stuff and things.
So again, thank you for everybody for watching. If you have any questions and you see this up on YouTube, feel free to leave a comment below. One of us three, maybe will respond. And I don't know what you have to ask, Carlos. I know we'll be waiting with a bated breath to spread his knowledge.
I think I gotta go eat lunch during that time period. I gotta earn my YouTube funds eating my lunch.
I want you to eat that lunch and not think about the money.
Listen, I do it for the love of the game and starvation. I do it for a desire not to starve. That's usually why I do it. Yeah.
Some people have said I can miss a few meals or 2 years worth of them and still be good. It is true. So again, thank you for watching. And remember, building collections is a fun part of this hobby, but building friendship, this is what the hobby should really do. Good night, everyone.
Good night.